Howdy, y'all. And how's everybody doing tonight? Enderman. Good to have you back. How's it going, bud? Everybody ready to look at some cursed magic items? Ooh. 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 Some might say. I don't know who, but some. Some indeed, my friends. Spooky items, maybe. Maybe. We're gonna see. They don't actually need to be spooky. Just cursed. How strictly are we adhering to worth keeping? I would say strictly. I would say if you make it and you don't try to make it the magic item worth keeping, you're sort of missing the point. So maybe try to make it worth keeping. All right, friends, let's get ready to roll. Where are you? Where are those beautiful creatures? Show yourselves! We got Starfish. Hey, Starfish. We got Enderman. Hey. Matt Thorne. The Scottish Kayaker, Bowtie Flumph, McDesi, Lead Wood, Venusian Sun. What's up, Shades? Did you miss the intro? Oh, yeah. You missed the intro. That's okay, we'll start it over just for you. What's up, Alexander? Nomadic Chaos? Why are you so nomadic? Why don't you want to put down roots somewhere? Build a life. What's up, E-Kids? King Kadasha, how's it going, buddy? What a gross cough that was. Rory Moore, welcome, welcome. Peanut Putter, welcome back. Today we have a very simple goal. A question, really. A question that we shall be asking a couple times so that we may find a greater answer amongst the many answers. And that question is, how do we create a game mechanic that is intended to be a bad thing, like a curse, but make it enjoyable to wield? How do we turn a detriment into maybe a mechanical downside, but an overall upside when it comes to the fun of the game? It's a hard question to answer. But I asked all of you to try to answer that very question. I asked you to send me your cursed items that were worth keeping. Magic items that come with them some inherent downside, some negative feature that you must put up with. but one that is gonna be worth putting up with. Are you gonna try to solve that problem by giving us something crazy and overpowered, so that we just are gonna deal with the downside because we get to be overpowered? Are you gonna give us a downside that is very situational, so it might not come up that much? Or are you going to give us a downside that weaves into our character in such a way that they might change on a fundamental level? And are any of those things good? Who knows? But tonight, dear friends, perhaps we shall find out. I am curious. Hello, Curious. Nice to meet you. How many submissions are there? So many. Would it be on theme if the detrimental curse could be easily used creatively, not to be detrimental? I would say probably yeah. But you wouldn't want to make it so non-detrimental that it wouldn't be considered a curse either. You do want it to be a curse. You don't want it to just be an unusual power. Final tweaks, eh? Exciting. What massive face? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You've lost your mind. You're out of control. Yours was just hit for +1 and take extra damage. I would say go less simple. Try to build something unique. Try to build something that tells a story. If yours was just anything, then I would say it's not done then, friend. Your homebrew should never be just. Well, that's not true. It can be just a little bit. But if the goal is to share it, to get thoughts on it, then I would say just should never be in the equation. Because you can just, well, you can just use just, can't you? Because it's just. Could I unzoom my face a little bit? Sure. Is that better? I think this one is better though. Here, wait, I can fix it. I'll fix it. There, is that better? That's a little bit better. Easier to see. Right? Also, better for this. No, we'll go back. We'll go back to the regular camera. The curses don't have to be anything other than they have to be curses that are going to still make the item worth keeping. And if you're trying to be a good writer as opposed to just a do the homework writer, I would encourage you to make the curse connected to the item and not random. Nothing. My camera's fine. Here, is that better? This is what it looks like when I don't have any filters on. Do you prefer this? We can do this if you like. I know that some people like me to have the regular eyeball filter on. But, you know, some people like other things more than others, so it's really your call. I'm not going to tell you what to do. Get out of there. Anyway, what were we talking about? I went to school with the Corinthian. Technically, I was an exchange student. I wasn't there for that long. Good guy. Okay. Oh my goodness. How's everybody doing tonight? Y'all doing good? Everybody having a good night? Feeling fresh? Feeling something? Doing pretty good? Good. Good. I almost made a sword that puts you under house arrest. I think that here's let's be honest. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I would say I'm almost I should turn this light on. I'm almost positive that we are going to see at least a couple items today where the curse is something like that, where the curse is like you cry all day or stuff like that. And I'm going to say this. Here's what I'm going to say here and now. I got nothing wrong. I got no problem with folks wanting to write a joke item. But that's not going to actually work in a game. So if I think something is clearly just a joke item, I'm probably going to be like, fun joke item. I'm probably not going to take it that seriously. Just so you know. You're in the Discord waiting room? I'm not taking callers today, I don't think. That wasn't my plan anyway. But you can hang out there if you want to. You got your D&D group to agree on a day to play D&D? Oof, my goof. A rare occurrence. Very nice. Fancy boy. Have you guys seen that TikTok trend? Where the guy's like, I love your daughter. What do you have to offer her? Nothing. Funny dance? I'm all about it. I've never been so into a TikTok trend. I don't remember the last TikTok trend I liked. I really like that one. I don't know why. I'm all about it, though. It just feels good. It just feels fun. It's like lighthearted. Gotta love a lighthearted gimmick, you know? You're waiting on one person. Either way, you're running a session tomorrow or Saturday. Very cool. Robin, I'm not taking calls. Occasionally, if I'm reading someone's magic item, I might ask them to hop on a call if we want to, but that's not how these reviews work. The way that these reviews work is that you send something in as it is, and it needs to represent itself by itself. You don't... If your item requires you to explain it, I would say it's not finished, and send it in when it's finished. It might be good enough for your game table, but the sort of the whole shtick of this show is that we are giving feedback from a creative writing workshop perspective, giving the assumption that your homebrew is going to maybe be in the universe, and we want it to be as good as it can be so that anybody could use it. Which means that you're not going to be in the room with them. Sometimes we have conversations, but usually not. I also tend to get very aggressive in my reviews when the person who I'm reviewing wants to talk to me during it, because it starts to feel more like they're having a sort of debate with me about why I should feel one way or another about their homebrew, when in actuality, that debate is not helping them as a writer or me as a showrunner. So I don't like doing those. What's up, RPG Grandma? You tend to have all magic items coming with the downside. I think that's a fine way to do it. I don't think there's a I could totally see players loving that or hating that or everything in between. You've been loving my shorts, bow tie flump. That's very kind. I'm working on a new long form video, and I'm going to tell you guys I have filmed a 40-minute video, and I'm 99% sure I'm going to scrap it and redo the whole fucking thing, which is annoying to me. But I think I have to scrap it and redo it. So what I might do is I might take the 40-minute unfinished version and just share it to my members and on my Patreon. Because I don't want to just burn it, but I don't think it's good. I don't think it's what I want it to be. It's fine, but it's not what I want it to be. So, if you are a YouTube member, if you're my YouTube member or you're on my Patreon, in the next 7 days, you will either get a 40-minute unedited video of me talking about Warhammer, well, semi-edited, but not with any graphics, or a 40-minute video of Warhammer will come out to the whole thing, but I don't think it's going to. I don't think I'm going to turn it into one. You're homesick? Oh, I'm sorry. I think that there is a time and a place for hearing the creator's thought process behind a piece. I think I'm not saying there's no value to that, Shades, but what I am saying unequivocally is that is not the show that I'm doing. So I think it's a great idea for a show too. And maybe we'll do some of those sometimes, but it's not the goal for me for this. Are we allowed to ask DM tips here? Sure. If your question requires so much typing that it does not fit in the word limit of a comment, I would say you need to focus your question a little bit, just a slice. You probably are including a lot more information than you need to. Jigsaw was just a DM tired of dealing with scheduling conflicts. That's funny. That's very silly. All right, let's see how many homebrew submissions we got so far. I'm very curious. 27. You're on lunch? What you doing for lunch? Hopefully something good. Man, it's crazy when you make something and then you realize it needs to be something else. That's basically what happened with this YouTube video. I don't know much about cursed items, but I do enjoy making side quests and specific NPCs for those quests. So that's great. If you don't know much about cursed magic items, this is a great place to be. Because none of us know much. I'll note the tweaks you want to bring to my item in a separate section if you do review it. You can listen, when I review your homebrew, you can take notes, you can decide to not take notes, do whatever you want. But generally, the way the show works is you send in homebrew to get a sort of objective third-party opinion about it. I don't know you, I have no relationship with you, I don't really care if I hurt your feelings by telling you I think something is busted or not. My main goal is to, like, you know, try to make the homebrew feel like it would work at my table or any table and just point out where I think it doesn't or why I think it works or why I think it doesn't. So if you feel like that's helpful, send it in. If you feel like that's not helpful, don't send it in. But on these specific nights where we do these challenges, I'm a little less strict with my feedback. I'm a little bit more kind of just not fast and loose with it, but I'm not going to like deep dive into anything too hectic because we're working on a deadline here. It's a little different because it's like you only have a week. Everything might not be super clean. The main thing that I want to see in the challenges is that you came up with an interesting idea and you did what you could to get that idea across. If that's what I would say. I'm looking for here more than anything else. I love when a curse and a boon are thematically similar. So I hope these curses and boons themes are not you lose your right arm, but this is a +3 longsword. Yeah, I kind of agree, Bowtie. I mean, I said in the like description of the prompt, you should make them linked. So hopefully people did that. People always kind of struggle to actually read or follow the prompt, so I don't expect everyone will, but that's okay. You're welcome, Nomad. I'm excited that you're here. I know you don't do redos. Any chance of a Discord section where we could submit things that have already been reviewed with updates and changes? Yeah, there's a whole peer review section of my Discord already. It's already there. Go share your work. How much control over the world do you give players during RP? Let's say that you have a divination wizard that wants to predict minor, non-important things like that, and NPC is about to drop, like an NPC that's about to drop his drink. I guess my question would be literally, how would they do that? So here's what I would say, Tarek. What I would say is, in the D&D games that I run, players do not have any access to power that is not literally a part of the game. So, like, if I had a divination wizard in my party, if they had a spell that allowed them to see the future, I might have to deal with that. But there aren't actually any spells that they would have that would do that. So what I would say is, if I had a player that wanted, if I had a divination wizard that wanted to, like, be able to tell the future to see if somebody would know that somebody would spill their drink, what I would probably do is I'd probably be like, cool, the way that you can do that is, you know how divination wizards have their portent rolls, which is basically at the beginning of the day you roll 2 dice and then you can make anybody's dice roll those dice. So if a divination wizard had a portent roll that was like a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, then I would say they could use that portent roll on somebody in a bar that was taking a drink to make them roll poorly on their drink check or whatever and then spill it all over themselves. So I would encourage that player to incorporate it into the mechanics presented in the game. I wouldn't try to create a new mechanic that they could use to see the future. And the main reason why I wouldn't do that would be, how could I consistently maintain what it could do and what it couldn't do without it kind of breaking the game? I don't really know. I think that, you know, because again, if there are limits on it, you can always push what you can do with those limits. D&D is an incredibly open-ended game where, let's say you can only see half a second into the future and you can only see it if nobody gets hurt during that time. There's still like an infinite number of things you could do with that. And then the other thing is, D&D isn't real. Like, you aren't actually an arbiter of the universe. So being able to see the future kind of at all is impossible, which is why if you look at the spells in D&D that allow you to see the future, there's really just one, and it barely lets you see the future. And it has like a million things built into it to make it not work that much, which is the spell Augury. Augury lets you be like, hey, is this path gonna be good or bad or in between? And the Dungeon Master can say it's going to be good or bad or in between, or they can say nothing. And if you keep casting the spell, it literally has it baked into it that it's going to start being wrong. So I wouldn't, so to answer your question, Tarek, I would not try to build a mechanic around that. I would try to use the mechanics at hand and help the player figure out how to express that. Divination doesn't let you see the future, Shades. I'll look it up right now to double check, but I'm 99% sure it doesn't. I think it just lets you ask a question. Oh, it does. Something within the next 7 days. Ah, it does. It does. Interesting. I didn't know that. All right, so there's 2. But even in this one, I will say this, even in this one, even in this here, I'll bring it up. Even in divination, look at all these caveats, right? short phrase, a cryptic rhyme, or an omen. So a dungeon master really doesn't have to answer the question clearly. And this is another really important part. Keep in mind this sentence here. The spell does not take into account any possible circumstances that might change the outcome. So, what does that mean? That means that this spell is not telling you what's going to happen in the future. It's basically going to tell you what's going to happen in the future, maybe if the players take no action. So yeah, future telling is tricksy in D&D. It's tricksy. We doing good. How you doing, Dice? Tarek, did that help with you? You didn't say anything. I didn't see you say anything else. That either means you feel like my answer was a cop-out or you just aren't typing. One of the two. You were thinking mostly for flavor things that were meant to be small RP that don't have a mechanical impact. Then why do we need then I don't understand the question then. Because you're asking me how much control should you give the player so that they can do small stuff. And I would say none, I guess. Or I would say it has to be so small that it has no impact on anything. That's what I would say. I guess none in that circumstance. Yeah, I guess my answer is then none. No power. Because what's the smallest, what's the most, how can I give a meaningless increment of power to a player being able to tell the future? I don't really know. I guess the only way that I would be comfortable with that as a dungeon master would be like, I don't know, man, because here's the issue. Here's really what it comes down to. I don't want to have to say no to a player. And I don't want a player to feel like their powers are circumstantial. So, what I'm struggling with is if my player could RP, they can sort of tell who's going to spill their drink. I don't understand how I could logically say they couldn't do that in other circumstances where it would be useful. And then why am I making it so they can, like, I don't want, the last thing in the world I want my D&D game to be is like one of those badly written movies where people's powers are stronger or weaker depending on the circumstance. I want the players to have total control. I want them to have total agency. You know? So if I give them sort of hand-wavy power in one circumstance, I really don't want to take it away in another one. So I like giving players hand-wavy power a lot, but I'm very cautious about when and where I do. Because when I do it, I just want to be able to give them full power. I don't want to do this thing where they have to ask to do a thing. Have the player ask the DM if they can do an Arcana check to glimpse a mundane event that will happen in the future. That could be an option. That could be an option. But again, I think you'd got to be really, really thoughtful about the limitations of it, or it could very quickly spiral into that being a thing a player is always doing before they do anything else because they want, they're trying to take advantage of their powers, Or not, I don't even mean take advantage like in a bad way. I mean like they're trying to wield their powers to the fullest. Yeah, but Bowtie, even then, it's making it so it has to be a conversation literally every time. It's just a lot. I don't know. It's just a lot. Like, I'm sure it would be fine for the right players in the right groups, but for me, I just don't want to do that. I don't want to do that thing where I yes and in some circumstances, and then it turns into me having to say no a lot in too many others. I'd rather just set the bar and let the players understand the limits of the game so that they can play as freely as they want within it. And that's not how I feel about all games, but for D&D, for me, I feel that way pretty strongly. It also might just have to do with my players. You know, I have players that really like to use their powers, and they think about D&D as like a story more than like a video game. So if I let them do some sort of off-the-wall thing at one point, they're not gonna be always necessarily thinking, oh, that was Cinder being a dungeon master letting me bend the rules for rule of cool. They're gonna be thinking, oh, that's a thing I can do. You know? So I don't want to confuse them or give them the wrong interpretation or impression of what they're capable of. Divination does not have so few options. It just doesn't have any options for letting you tell the future. There's a lot of good divination spells. I disagree with that, but I hear what you're saying. Let's see. Is this everybody that's on the wheel? Let's see. King Crusher, you're on the wheel too. Behold the wheel. Yeah, I think we got 28 entries. 28? 27? 28. Divination has the least spells out of any school of magic. All right. I think it still has a bunch though. But it's also understandable. It's a lot easier to manifest summoning the dead or turning into other things in a game than it is to foresee what's going to happen 3 turns from now. I mean, the closest thing to an RP-focused option is probably that Acquisitions Incorporated spell that makes people forget what you just said, so you can sort of try again. The music is very 80s tonight. All right. I'm into it. Oh, no. I don't know what the argument is that people are trying to make for divination spell. Like, is the argument that I guess I don't care that there's not as many divination spells. I don't feel like that means anything. Like, in the context of this conversation. Like, is the argument that there's less divination spells, so you should be able to do more things with divination? I don't really get it. Because it's not like wizards don't have access to every school of magic. I don't know. I just don't think it's that big a deal. What's up, Burger Pal? How's it going, buddy? Because spells also don't... They just do what they do, right? So if you're like, I want to be a divination wizard, you can take non-divination spells... And you could even flavor them as divination magic. It doesn't really change anything. All right, music, you're going in a weird direction, and I want to stay in the sort of... Yeah, I want to stay here. I want to stay in the sort of 80s synth. You think Portent is the coolest divination thing in the game? Yeah, Portent kind of is divination magic in a nutshell. Retroactive truth serum? That's an interesting idea. All right. Did we give people enough time to send in Homebrew? One of you sent something in. This is what you wrote. You wrote, a sword that is similar, Everard's Black Tentacles, or the Rune Knight's Fire Rune. And then you said other things, but you didn't put a name. So I can't put you on the list. So whoever that is, you need to go back into the form and edit the document so that you put a name. Otherwise, I won't put you can't be on the wheel because I don't have a name. If I don't have a name, I can't put a name. I think that the level 6 feature also kind of only works, though, because of the limited divination spells. Like, the level 6 feature to get your spell slots back would be OP on any other school of magic. Almost any other school of magic. You can smell my burp. That was real. That wasn't fake. That was real. That you smelled it. All right. Should we give this bird a spin? See what we're working with tonight? For some cursed magic items? Bucket a 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 bucket. How many people do you think filled out the form wrong so we can't click on it? Do you think it's going to be more than 2 or less than 2? Yoda's stepmom. What do you have for us today, Yoda? I don't often make items, especially cursed ones. This was a fun challenge. I ended up making a necklace with a frog pendant. It gives frog-like abilities, but makes you irresistible to frogs. Oh, God. That sounds great. Let's see. Let's see what we're working with here. There it is in the chat. I should make the name field required. Fine. Dice! 10 months, baby! That's crazy. We got to start looking for nursery schools. This is the frog pendant. I don't think I'll ever get that successful, Tarek. I've been around too long. My growth is too slow. I think I'm gonna stay middling for a while. Don't you worry about it. The frog pendant. Affixed to a thin silver chain, this frog silhouette is masterfully carved from malachite. The eye is a black star sapphire set into the head. Although unmoving, it appears as if it watches your movements perfectly. While tuned to this pendant, your jump distance is tripled, and you can choose to use your perception bonus when rolling initiative. Oh! Does that mean you're using your perception bonus instead of your regular initiative? That's interesting. I might add the ability to jump without needing to run first. You can stand still jump. Let's see what the curse is. When a creature attuned to this pendant, dozens of small tree frogs begin to appear around them. These frogs follow the creature around and croak endlessly overnight. The frogs get into all of the creature's belongings, and there is a chance that when they take the use an object action, they grab a frog instead. Roll a d6. When the creature rolls a 6, they grab a frog instead of the item they were attempting to retrieve. Okay, I love this. I would make a couple little changes, but I do love this very much. So here's the little changes I would make. One, I would not make it whenever they took the use an objects action. I would make it whenever they tried to retrieve an object from their bag. Because I think that would still be annoying, but it wouldn't be as annoying. Because I also think there's going to be times where using an object interaction is like pulling a lever, you know? So I would clarify that it should only happen when you're going into your bag. Other than that, I might make the long jump, I might make the jump distance tripled and make it so you don't have to run. You don't have to do a running jump anymore. You can just jump. And then, hear me out, chat. Hear me out. I think this is not a very rare item. I think this is a rare item. I think it could maybe arguably be an uncommon item. The option to use perception is pretty dang good. The jump distance though is almost like a ribbon feature. I really like it though. I think this is great. I think this is a really fun item. I also think, well, part of, wait a second, we got to fix the music. This music is, you're getting, we really wanted you to be kind of spooky, and you're going in like a very not spooky direction, I guess, which is fine, but like, you know, there we go. We're talking about curses, friends. I think this is a great, really, 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 really underlined, bold, exclamation point, highlighted example of a curse. I think this is a really, really great curse. What is it doing? It's making something that's a little bit annoying, but not too annoying. And it's making something that is going to have effects on you probably a bunch of different times in a bunch of different ways. But they're all sort of situational, because it's like the issue is frogs. So when frogs are going to lead to an issue, they'll lead to an issue. And then it has this one that is a very, very real physical interaction issue. But again, it's not going to break your character. It's not going to make your character annoying to play. It's going to still work well. I really like it. Fun item. Who sent this one in? Yoda's stepmom. Who would have guessed? Round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Fun item, dude. Very fun item. All right, you said you fixed the form. Oh, look at that. You did. Boom. You're on the wheel. Players get kicked out of town because of the plague of frogs they brought to the tavern. Yeah. Or players have food when they are in the desert and haven't seen anything to eat and drink for 3 days, you know? Or they're trying to stealth and they're stealthing like in a building or in a city, and the fucking frogs are making it harder to stealth. Or they're trying to stealth in like a forest or a swamp, and the frogs are making it easier to stealth. I got you, Fallen. You're here. Yeah, that could be fun. Ooh, it's and is it gonna be Fallen? Ah, Neon Gamer by a nose. Let's see what you got for us, Neon. This is a sword that is similar to Everett's Black Tentacles or a Rune Knight's Fire Rune. It binds enemies in red-hot chains, but binds you with those same chains. Let's take a look. The Sword of Binding. This could also be a weapon that's used in D&D After Hours. Meow. Very rare, +2 to attack and damage. The item has 4 charges that recharge at the start of each dawn. It has a draconic rune carved into the blade that glows dim red light in a 5-foot radius. It is a guard that looks like dancing dragons locked in battle. When you make a melee attack with this weapon against a creature that is large or smaller, you can use a bonus action to expend a charge that invokes the blood red rune to summon red-hot chains. I wouldn't use the word red twice in a row. The creature must make a DC 16 dex save or be restrained for 1 minute. They can repeat the save at the end of each of their turns. At the start of the creature's turn, they have to make a DC 16 con saving throw or take 4d6 points of fire damage. You would just say 4d6 fire damage. Sheesh. That's really strong. So the first thing that I would say is I think that's so much damage. I would lower this damage probably to 1d6 or 2d6 at a maximum. When a creature is attuned to this item for 3 days, the rune glows red and red hot chains. Stop using red so much. Sprout from the hilt and bind itself to the creature's hand. They have to make a DC 17 con save or take a bunch of fire damage or half as much on a success. While they are in this state, they have the following handicaps. They have -4 penalty to all dex saves and ability checks. Saving throws. If a creature equips a shield, they have a -4 penalty to attack rolls. Write these out. Don't write the word minus. Do it. Write a negative. Write a dash and then a 4. They can only use this weapon at the start of each of your turns. If the... Why is all of this written in the third person and then the last part written in the second person? Don't do that. Either write the whole thing in the second person or write the whole thing in the third person. When you change perspectives like this in the middle of the piece, it does not look good. At the start of each of your turns, if the rune is invoked, you have to make a saving throw or take some fire damage. Okay, so here's what I'm going to say, Neon. I think you've made a cursed item. I do not think you've made a cursed item worth keeping. I think that you have missed the mark a little bit here. Because I would argue that these penalties make this item not fun anymore. These penalties mean you always have a -4 penalty to all dexterity checks and saving throws. You always have a -4 penalty to attack rolls. You are just inherently worse and taking damage all the time. So while I do think that this curse could definitely work if your goal is to make an item that feels overpowered and then traps the players and then they have to not use it anymore after it activates. But that's what this is. That's the type of item this is. I think if I was going to put this item in my game, it would not be a cursed item worth keeping. It would be a cursed item to make one player like feel OP for 3 days and maybe have them get corrupted. And then when the item would take over, the plot would be like, okay, we got to get that item away from the player. But I don't see how this is an item worth keeping. Because I don't know, chat. Am I being crazy here? I feel like... Let me ask you, chat. Maybe I'm being too rough. Would you put up with these penalties in order for this? In order for the 4 times a day restrain feature? And the +2 to attack and damage rolls? I feel like these penalties are too big. But maybe that's just me. What's up, Captain Hook? Can't a player just unattune and reattune every 2 days to negate the curse? I am assuming that is not... I'm assuming no. I'm the schwa. If the answer to that is yes, then the conversation isn't worth having because then it's like, well, then the item doesn't have a downside. So let's assume that you can't bypass the item by unattuning and reattuning to it. Let's assume once you do this process once, the process is on. Can't slow down the bowling ball. Because if you can slow down the bowling ball, then this isn't a cursed item. It's just homework that you have to remember. It's just needing to remember to tell your dungeon master, I am unattuning. Yeah, I think it's a cool idea. There's absolutely nothing wrong with magic items like that work like this. I think that one thing that you have to keep in mind, if you have magic items that are going to be really powerful, but if you overuse them, they become bad. The thing that you have to keep in mind if you're going to use items like that is that your players might get really upset. There is something that happens to most players, myself included, when I am handed a really powerful toy, which is that I don't want to have to lose that powerful toy. So if you, as a dungeon master, give me a really powerful sword, and then 3 days into the sword, the curse is revealed, and it's like, oh, now I just have to go back to being my old self. That's fine, but it's not fun feeling. That's only really fun feeling, excuse me, I think in those games where players are really, 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 really able to put roleplay first. Like, for example, in Critical Role, Season 1 of Critical Role, Grog gets this powerful sword that makes it so he can get stronger and stronger and stronger. And that plot worked because the whole element of the curse became like part of the story, and they're professionals and actors, and they kind of knew that things were going to go the way they went. But I think for the home game, for the quiet playing with my friends, you have to navigate carefully that space of giving someone something really OP and then having it have a twist involved. Like, you kind of need to foreshadow the twist so that it feels like it makes sense, or just like have the right players that aren't going to be upset that and feel like you're like taking something away from them. Do you know what I mean? That's what I would say. Interesting idea for an item, though. Thank you very much, Neon. Let's give them a round of applause. Remember, DMs doesn't identify curses. That's usually true. Bug it, a 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 bug it. Ooh, into the indie. What do you have for us today? Into the Indie says, this is a magic item whose features are focused on the social side with an interesting curse. One feature allows you to give your curse to others in a way that you have a boost to social stuff. Weird. All right, let's see. Let's take a look. Helm of Honesty. I like the name. There it is in the chat. Wondrous item, very rare. A lot of very rare items today. Why do you think very rare has come up so much? Was that all 3 in a row? Strong-minded. While attuned to this helm, you have advantage on charisma checks. Call forth truth. This helm has 3 charges. As an action, you can use a charge to cast Zone of Truth. Curse, Truth Teller. While attuned to this helm, you are unable to lie as if under Zone of Truth, and you have disadvantage on charisma deception checks. I like this. I like this. I think this is a pretty fun hat. My problem with the Zone of Truth is everyone knows you're casting it. I think that's fine. I don't think you could make deception checks, no. So I don't know if we need this last one. Maybe we do, I don't know. That's a good question. But I think this is fun. I also think that there's going to be some characters. Honestly, into the indie, sometimes the 5-minute builds are the best ones. I think that the only thing that I would say is that I could see some characters, the curse not actually being a downside. Only because I have seen more than a few times, I have seen characters where one of their quirks is they never lie. Which maybe is fine. But I think it's fun. I do love the idea of an item that makes you be able to tell when other people are lying, but makes you completely unable to lie also. There's a really fun symmetry there. And I'd also say that is like a really big roleplay downside. But maybe this is also me, you know, I'm full of my own bias, so always call me if you disagree. But I feel like as much as it's a big roleplay detriment to not be able to lie, I think that will lead to fun. Like, that's a downside that I think will lead to, yes, complicated circumstances, but I think it will almost always be a fun issue to deal with. You know? Why is that more fun? I think that's because it's a silly roleplay space to play. And it can have so many immediate actual downsides. Like, there's so many and your group's gonna have to deal with that for a long time. But it doesn't actually affect, like, that much of the game mechanically. The downside, I mean. The rest of the item does. Yeah, very fun item. Into the indie. Thank you for sharing. I would probably put this into a game. I might tweak it a little bit. I might actually just boil it down to the Zone of Truth, you can't tell lies element. But even that would just be a lovely item. It's a fun one. All right, thank you, Into the Indie. How do you share? On YouTube, the submission link is in the video description. Just make sure you actually read all the rules and stuff first. Oh, fuck. I needed to... You are reminding me of an email that I needed to add an addendum onto. Ugh. See, did they respond to me? No, good. Oh, hey. One more. No, I'll do it later. Okay, I'll do that later. Reminder, Cinder, to write that email later. See you around, Tark. Thanks for the question earlier. Quispy, I think you're thinking about it too semantically. I would interpret that you, because part of that, I think you just, I think that maybe that's the way it's written, like literally, but I think you can assume that that's not how it would work. Also, yeah, I think that you just wouldn't make deception checks. You can't lie. Longest campaign as in longest running in real time, or longest campaign like most sessions? Running time? I ran a campaign that lasted like 3 years. But I don't know if it had as many... I played in a campaign that lasted 2 years, but that campaign had way more sessions. I also ran a campaign that lasted like a year and a half or 2 years that had more sessions than that 3-year campaign. I think not being able to lie, but I would say that here's what I would say. Depending on what you were trying to do to mislead, I would say either you couldn't do it because it would be lying, or it probably would be a roll other than a deception check. Because if you are trying to mislead in a way that is not communicating, but like doing something with your body, I'd probably make that a performance check. That's just me, though. Because any kind of misleading you would do with your vocalizing would be lying. What about a lie of omission? I mean, you can do that normally, though. You can do that normally. Like, that's how Zone of Truth normally works, so I don't see what the issue is. You would have disadvantage on those checks then. Like, if you're coming up with an example of how the thing that you didn't understand would work, just use the... I don't understand. You're walking in a circle. The part that you said doesn't work, I said I think does work because I don't think there's circumstances where it's going to come up. If you have circumstances where it's going to come up, then just use it because it does work if you keep those circumstances in mind. You know, you're a snake eating your own tail. It is not too late to add to the wheel. In fact, I'm going to check to see if we have any new submissions right now. We do. Matt, I agree. I'm not saying I disagree with that, but I'm saying that if that specific circumstance is the issue, that item addressed it. So I don't see why that would be an issue. Buggada 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 still. Wanted to make a thematic vampire inspired. I was saying that part was unnecessary because somebody else said that was unnecessary, and I said, yeah, I guess it's unnecessary. I don't know. We're moving on. We passed each other like ships in the night. Still says, wanted to make a thematic vampire-inspired blade with a consistent curse that can be beneficial or detrimental, depending on the circumstance. Let's see. Music, what are you fucking doing? The Vampiric Shiv. There's a lot of words on this page for a magic item. Let's see. This blade of you spelled unknown wrong. Origin can't soothe its thirst for life, compelling anyone who attunes to it to dip its blade in flesh. This sentence is very grammatically wrong. I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but it is the blade. So it doesn't have a blade. So the blade can't dip its own blade in flesh because the blade is a blade. That would be like me saying the human dipped their human in flesh. Humans don't dip their human in flesh. If the human wants to dip in flesh, then the human might dip in flesh. But you see what I mean? So fix your grammar. Any user of this blade has an appetite for humanoid blood. That's unclear if that's supposed to be flavor or mechanics. Hopefully it will be clarified. Killing intent. Hi, what's up, Gina? How's it going, buddy? We're looking at cursed magic items where the goal is that it is an item that you would still want to keep around even though it is cursed. And we are seeing how people are attempting to find that middle ground between, ooh, that's bad, and ooh, that's interesting. Alright. This magic dagger has a +3 bonus to attack and damage rolls. When you hit using it, the target takes an extra 3d4 necrotic damage. That's a lot of damage. All right, this dagger does a boatload of damage. Let's see what else it does. The Vampiric Shiv has 3 charges. You can use an action to expend a charge to activate its life siphoning effect. A humanoid within 5 feet of you has to make a con save or take a bunch of damage, and losing one of its limbs. How do you determine what limb it loses? And does that have any mechanical effect or no? Unclear. On a success, the creature takes half damage. Okay, if I'm not sure if the losing of the limb is supposed to do something mechanical or just be flavor, but I would maybe clarify that, maybe. It's alive, it has feelings. After you finish a long rest, if the Shiv hasn't dealt damage to a humanoid since the last dawn, you have to defeat it by cutting yourself. Ooh, dealing damage to yourself as if you hit yourself with it. I would say 2 things here. 1, you need to actually write out mechanically what's happening here, and 2, I would be wary of putting self-harm like this into something. Anytime you're gonna put anything in your game that could dance anywhere close to real life things, especially real life things that might come with a lot of baggage and trauma, you got to be extra careful about not just how you include it mechanically, but also literally how you word it. Like, the wording here is bad. This is just way too close to, like, stuff that's going to make too many people feel uncomfortable. So I would probably change this to something like, if it hasn't dealt damage to a humanoid since the last dawn, it attacks you, or it siphons your life, dealing some amount of damage to you. This is a really, really bad way of wording it. Let's see what the other part is. If a humanoid you can see within 30 feet of you sheds blood, the blade compels you to taste it. You must make a DC 17 wisdom save, or you have to use your reaction to move up to your movement speed towards them and taste their blood. If you succeed on the save, or reached your target and tasted the blood, you are immune to this effect till the next day. I'm going to be honest, this is another one that just feels kind of creepy more than it feels... I don't mind the moving closer or being drawn to blood, but something about needing to taste someone's blood, I just get the impression that this is making you like lick people. So I think that if I were you, I would be just a little bit more, try to open my goggles a little bit wider to the way that I'm wording stuff, because I see the intention in here, and I think the intention is interesting, which is like the dagger absorbs your life energy, and you're drawn to blood. But I do think the wording you did here makes this feel kind of cringy and creepy, but not like in a cool creepy way, like in a, you know, back alley at Denny's kind of way. So I would just say I would maybe think about that as like a larger thing to think about in the context of making sure you're writing in that way. I also think that, yeah, I don't really have much more to say about that. I feel like it's a fair, there's not really anything that complicated going on here, right? Like, it's doing extra damage. Its other special move doesn't really do anything unique. It just kind of does more extra damage. And the downsides, I think if you express them in a different way, could be really interesting. But right now they read like creepy fanfic. All right, thank you, Still. One thing that we have to think about when we're making whenever you're making anything that's supposed to be dark or edgy in any way, you have to be very, very careful with not doing too much, because it's really easy to make something that you're trying to make dark go from feeling dark to feeling kind of wonky or off. Not in a cool way, but in like a way, by just cranking it up a little too much. You got to be real gentle with that stuff. You don't need a big push of darkness to make something dark. You just need a little push. It's very easy to overdo edgy. It's the hardest thing. It's one of the easiest things to overdo of all the things. There's a lot of different vibes. Oh, shit. There's a lot of different vibes. Edgy is one that is hard to do well. All right, let's see if we got any more new pieces. We do. Ooh, from a witch, nonetheless. Lovely. Bagadu 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 ba 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 bagadu 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 ba 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 bagadu bagadu. Nomadic chaos. What's up, buddy? What do you have for us today? They wrote, it was to create a cursed item that sells the power of a high-ranking devil of hells, and its need for justice, leading the user to destroy enemies from cowards, villains, etc., but at the same time now allowing them to ever retreat from battle. That was a very long sentence that left me more confused than informed. But we'll see how it leads to the piece. Oh, I wouldn't use this font if I were you. Also, this is a 5-page item, so I'm not going to read it. Just so you know. I'm going to look at the beginning of it, but I'm not going to read a 5-page item. Unless it's really well written. If it's really well written, I'll read the whole thing. If it's not really well written, I'm going to read it until I don't want to read it anymore. All right, let's see. This is the Infernal Warden's Dread Spear. Yeah, the font is not ideal. The weapon's handle is of brass and worn obsidian with a blood-covered guard. All right, we're just going to skip this and get into what it actually does. It's a +1 magic weapon that deals acid damage on a hit as the absorbed gore of its... Don't put flavor text in the mechanics. It's probably why your piece is 3 times too long. Okay, so it's a +1 weapon that deals an extra 1d6 acid damage on a hit. You get proficiency. Okay, why are you... this is so confused. Okay, so who wrote this? Nomad. I'm just gonna give you... we're just gonna give you a little bit of writing advice. All of your bullet points should be the features. They shouldn't be the titles. So let me show you what I mean. If you want this thing to read well, that should be a bullet point. That should be a bullet point. That should be a bullet point. This, like this, my friend, my dear friend, this is infinitely easier to read than this. This is confusing. This is organized. Confusing. Organized. Confusing. Organized. This, I'm hunting for features. I don't remember how many things it does. I have to try to find everything. This, I see all of the bullet points. Do you see what I mean here? So your titles should be the big thing here. Also, yeah, the font is ridiculous. Like, even just that would be easier to read. But, like, the bullet points, the title. Do that for all of them, okay? It's going to dramatically improve your writing. Or the quality of the reading of it. So it's a +1 weapon. You get intimidation. When it scores a crit, the creature has to make a wisdom save. Or they have disadvantage on attacks against creatures other than you. Okay. And then it becomes bigger. It does more. Becomes bigger. Does more. Alright, where's the curse? We're skipping ahead. It houses the spirit of a powerful... this weapon houses the spirit of a particularly powerful thing. Alright, what does it do? Oh my god, this is too many words. Fuck me, this is too many words. Okay. Is this what it does? Okay, when attuned to this weapon, you have to make a DC 16 wisdom saving throw to take the disengage action or retreat from a hostile enemy within range of your attacks. When do you have to do that? I'm confused. If you fail, you're compelled to do battle. You use the wrong form of the word do here. With said creature until it has been slain. Okay, I think what you're trying to say here is that whenever you would want to take the disengage or disengage action or move away from a hostile enemy, you have to make a saving throw or you can't. But you need to clarify that in the language. And retreat from a hostile enemy doesn't mean anything in D&D mechanics. All right. What? Oh my god, it just keeps going. Yeah, this is a lovely effort. Lovely effort. But this is a lot. There's a lot of words on the page. When an enemy's actions of perceived cowardice or... I'm going to be honest, and this makes me want to... I'm going to stop reading it because these sentences are just too hard to get through. I think you've written yourself into a hole there, friend, a little bit. There's some interesting ideas in here, but they are so buried under your font, formatting, and sentence structure. Yeah, it's a little overly complicated right now. Don't really have that much more to say. I think the idea of a magic item that has a demon inside of it that is messing with you is great, and I love that. And I think that if you can figure out how to organize this in a way that is smooth and easy to read, it will work really well. But I'm not going to keep trying to dig through it because it feels like work. All right, Nomadic Chaos, thank you very much. I agree that if you wanted to simplify the curse, you could just make it soaps. That's not it. If you wanted to simplify the curse, you could just make it so that while you're attuned to it, you just can't take the disengage action. That could work really well. That could work really well for sure. I think not being able to take the disengage action would be totally fine for a cursed item. I think that would, even though we don't necessarily want to limit player options that much, I think that is a specific enough action in combat that I think that it kind of works and helps sort of sell the gameplay loop of it. Peanut butter, I agree. There's definitely a lot of work put into this, and I don't think it's something that they shouldn't be proud of. But I do think a big takeaway for them as an author should be that we live in this world where, for better or worse, the way that you present your writing really, really matters. And if writing is a struggle to get through, people aren't going to be willing to read as much. And if writing is smooth and easy to navigate, then they're going to be willing to go through more. So I think that if your goal is to improve as a writer here, simplify stuff with your font, simplify stuff with your formatting, and really make sure that you have the flavor text in one section, and that when you are getting into what it's doing with the mechanics, you're not filling that with flavor text. And when you're describing a feature, so like for example, let's talk about the curse. When you're describing a mechanic, let's just talk about this sentence for a second. When witnessing actions of perceived cowardice or those that do, again, wrong form of the word do not favor direct action or the slaying of those who Zenthon deemed deserving for damnation for their crimes. So that's an incomplete sentence. It's also shockingly too long and ridiculously confusing. Like, I don't know what that means. I just read that and I'm lost in the words. So I'm not trying to say that this person didn't put effort in, but what I'm saying is, if you want your effort to be seen, you can't be writing like this. So, like, what is this trying to do? My first question, and you don't need to answer in the chat if you don't want to, but the question I would ask is, what the fuck is this trying to say? Are you trying to say that if you see someone make a choice that would go from a choice of de-escalating conflict, you have to escalate conflict? If that's what you're trying to say, then you should just say those specific words. Because, again, this is so many words. It's way too many words. And actually, you're probably going to end up having to put less effort in a lot of the time if you take the time to find that clear path through two lines, as opposed to weaving in all of the different phrases and stuff. But the core idea, a weapon that has a demon inside it that likes when you fight things and gets mad at you when you don't, is a great idea. All right, let us thank Nomadic Chaos. It should probably be shortened to the demon inside the weapon despises chaos, despises cowardice. Yeah, you can do something like that. I wouldn't make cowardice creatures under the fear effect, because there's lots of cowardly things. The fear effect is a very game mechanic thing in D&D. It's not a vibe thing. There's going to be plenty of times where creatures are going to be cowardly and afraid, but not technically under the frightened effect. Oops. Alrighty. See if there's anybody new for the wheel. There is. Skips. Bagadu 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 bag baba by a nose. This item is designed to leverage temptation and hubris to draw players into an increasingly reliance on this item that will eventually bite them in the ass. Huh. Annoyingly, I ended up with the thematic concept very similar to a published item I only just noticed. The Shield of the Hidden Lord. I don't know that item, so that's fine. But I think my take is quite different and cooler. Well, that's fine, because I don't know what the official one is that you're talking about, so no worries. The Prison of Arnu. There it is in the chat. Let's see. Another artifact. This shield is made of overlapping silver rods, irradiates intense heat, but is cool to the touch. Arnu, a vengeful pit fiend, is trapped inside the shield. You can see outside of it. All right, you should probably put his stats. His intelligence, charisma, and wisdom. If it's sentient, almost all sentient weapons do that. The shield starts with 0 charges. It can have a maximum of 20, and the charges cannot be removed from it. When you see another creature within 30 feet of you succeed on an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, you can use your action to cast Silvery Barbs. Each time you use this ability, roll a d4. On a 1, 2, 3, or 4, the shield gains a charge. Okay. I'll tell you what, I'm curious to see what we're going to spend the charges on, but words as written, this thing seems like it can cast Infinity Silvery Barbs. I would never allow that in my game. That's annoying as fuck. That's annoying as fuck. That's annoying as fuck. That's annoying as fuck. Just so you know. While holding the shield, it has a +1 bonus to AC. The bonus is in addition to the shield's normal AC bonus. Fine. It increases to +2 when you have 6 charges, or +3 when it has 12 charges. Okay, so the more you use this ability, the more it has more bonuses to its attack and damage rolls. You can cast Fireball or Wild Wall of Fire. When you use it this way, it can't be used again until the next day at dawn. If the shield has 8 charges, you can use this feature twice per day. So again, if you're using more charges, you can do more stuff with it. Additionally, while holding the shield, you have resistance to fire damage or immunity if it has 10 charges. And then you also get advantage on this. Okay, let's see what this does. This is hopefully going to be where we figure out how this thing is reasonable. I'm going to be honest. Right now, I don't love this item. Not because it's not an organized, it's just, I'm struggling with to see how it works. So far, it reads like an item that gets infinite Silvery Barbs. Every day at dawn, when you're attunement to this, you have to make a wisdom saving throw, 10 plus the number of charges. On a failure, it crumbles to a pile of dust and is destroyed, and it's released. It's filled. Okay. Baba, I love you to death and back again. You failed the assignment. Completely, you failed the assignment. This is not a magic item you want to keep around. This is not... Okay, so this is sort of very similar to the other thing we saw. This is not a magic shield you keep around, because this is not a cursed item you keep around. This is a cursed item. This is an item that's a really, 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 really powerful item until it breaks, and then it's a demon. So I think that idea for an item could work, and I think that this is an interesting idea. But this is a temporary magic item. This isn't a cursed magic item, or at least it's not the type of cursed. It's not the type of cursed magic item that we're looking for today. Like, right? Like the whole point was, it's a magic item that you're going to keep. Obviously, you're going to keep this one because it literally has no downsides until it has a big downside, and that big downside makes it no longer a magic item. So, I don't know, man. I think it's an interesting idea. I'll tell you what. I would never build a magic item to be built off of using the spell Silvery Barbs. I think that the spell Silvery Barbs is a reasonable spell, and I think it's fine if people want to take it, but it's also a really tedious, annoying spell. And this gives you essentially, 10 castings of it, give or take, depending on how you roll on these dice. Plus a shit ton of other stuff. So I think the idea of a item that has, you know, you do a thing and then that thing builds up charge, and then the more charge that it has, it gets other things. I think that's very cool. I like that idea a lot. I think this is a big swing and a miss, though, in terms of both the main thing it gets, and in terms of you, and in terms of the prompt of, like, let's make a cursed item that you would keep around. I would argue this isn't a cursed item, because there's genuinely nothing cursed about this item until it stops being an item. But an interesting idea. Bit of a swing and a miss, though, my dear Baba. Interesting magic item. It's a consumable. Yeah, it's basically a really slow-burning consumable. Sure, yeah. All right, thank you, Baba. I mean, it's cool. It's a cool idea. It's not really addressing the question, though. It's not even really OP because it's an artifact, and artifacts by definition are overpowered, like they're kind of supposed to be. So I don't mind any of all the features it has are reasonable for an artifact. I just think the gameplay loop of silvery barbs at the core is like it's an odd choice. And I think it's not addressing that dynamic that I was hoping we would see, which is like you know, the give and take of a cursed item, as opposed to like an item that's really good and then becomes a curse. Maybe I could have been more clear in the prompt. I don't know. Anyway, thank you very much, Baba. We appreciate it. Excuse me. Make an item. I'll tell you what, Burger Pal. If you make an item with artifacts, the main thing with artifacts, I'll say, the hardest part of making an artifact good is making it not annoying to read. Genuinely, that's the hardest part, because we generally, with artifacts, we are trying to like put a lot of crazy stuff in it. But similar to like if you're making like an ice cream sundae, you still need to limit your toppings if you want it to have a flavor profile. So whenever we go with let's make something crazy overpowered, this is the biggest issue with, like, the biggest issue I see with artifacts. It's the same as I see with like CR30 monsters, where it becomes completely unwieldy and doesn't and sort of loses the plot. So I'm fine with OP artifacts if they sell themselves well and they don't take up too many words. Bagadu, 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 bagadu. Peanut Putter. Our dear Peanut Putter is next. Oh boy, I am now nervous to read this item. My goal is to create an item that the edgelords will love, while at the same time creating engaging roleplay opportunities. I intend to share it publicly, so please give feedback as appropriate. That means you want me to give harsh feedback. When you say give feedback for it to be intended to be used publicly, that means you want me to go 100%. Is that what you want me to do? I need you to clarify that in the audience to me right now, because that's normally not what I do with the challenge pieces. I normally just kind of read them and talk about them a little bit. Please do? Sure. All right. Sword of Ruination. Oh, Sword of Rumination, excuse me. So just so you know, Peanut Putter, my tone is going to get a lot more aggressive, and that doesn't really mean it's aggressive at you. I want you to funnel all that aggression towards your homebrew, okay? Just be ready for that. This iron blade is polished to... It might not, but that's often what happens. Rare item. This iron blade is polished to a mirror sheen. It feels familiar in your hands, like memories you would rather forget. I really like that flavor text. That's really good flavor text. This shared pain. This magic sword deals an additional 3d4 psychic damage on a hit. All right. Kind of basic. Trauma feeding curse. This sword is cursed and becomes and becoming attuned to it extends the curse to you. As long as you remain cursed, you are unwilling to part with the sword, blah, blah, blah. All right, what does it actually do? I might make this a new paragraph break. You have disadvantage on attack rolls with weapons other than this sword, unless... Okay, that's fine. That's kind of nothing. Oh, here's the real curse. Okay. Each time you dream, you are forced to relive your worst memories over and over again. At the end of a long rest, or if you fall unconscious, you must make a DC 15 wisdom saving throw. On a failure, you have disadvantage on perception checks for the next 1d4 hours, as you are unable to stop yourself from crying. All right. Genuine feedback. This is boring. The only thing it does is extra damage. Who cares? You don't need feedback on extra damage. Extra damage is nothing. This is just, I reflavored the Flame Tongue Blade. Give it at least something else. Second thing, I think the curse is okay in that I don't mind the curse being whenever you dream or go unconscious, you have to make a saving throw. And then when you come back to consciousness, you have some downside based on that. But holy moly, is this not the move? Disadvantage on perception checks is fine, but also I do think it's going to be annoying more than it's going to be an interesting downside to deal with. Perception, more than a lot of other skills, is one of them that doesn't feel like it has a big impact on your character's feeling, but just their capability. So I don't actually know if having disadvantage on perception checks is really going to make you feel different, as opposed to just make it feel like my character has a mechanical debuff. But more so, this RP element, this is not an opportunity for roleplay. This is just going to be annoying. Like, we were talking about it a little bit before with, like, the edgelord stuff, where, like, if you want something to be dark and dramatic, you got to really be careful how hard you push that line. Here's what's going to happen with this, okay? The first time they fail that saving throw, the player's going to have a little bit of RP of them crying. Maybe another character will ask them about it. The second time it happens, it's just going to be annoying. And they're going to forget to do that role play. And then you're going to be like reminding them, your character's actually still crying for another 2 hours. And they're like, it's not even like they're just going to be putting up with it. They're going to be like, it's going to be like antithetical to role play, because this type of moment is not going to, it's going to lose all impact as soon as it happens with any regularity. So I think if you want to do an item that gives people moments to like reface their past trauma, you got to come up with a little bit more of a dynamic way to deal with the downside of that, other than just disadvantage on perception checks. And then you also got to come up with a way less cringy way to deal with the RP side of it than just you're unable to stop yourself from crying. I think the core concept is interesting. I like the idea of a weapon that lets you hit people with psychic pain and you take psychic pain. I think that's cool. But I think give it a little bit more something interesting, and the downside's got to be way more fun to engage with, or at least reasonable to engage with. Yeah, the whole constantly crying thing is just going to get really, really, really old and tedious real fast. But yeah, those are my thoughts. I would say push yourself to make it do more interesting mechanical things on the positive side, and less and more dynamic things on the curse side. It could be visions of your past mistakes and misfortunes instead of crying. Yeah, I mean, it could be anything. Like, I mean, I think having visions of that could be totally fine. Like, you're haunted by your past. You have disadvantage on some sorts of checks for the next hours as you are haunted by your past. It could that could work well. That could work well for sure. Maybe play around with what you have disadvantage on too. Maybe like don't just make it perception. Maybe it's like you have disadvantage on all, like you get minus a 1d4 on all mental ability checks. Something like that might be more reasonable. I don't know. I'd play around with it a little bit. Interesting idea though. All right, thank you very much, Peanut Butter. It's fairly straightforward. There's not a lot more to say about it. Kaboosh. Let's see. Do we got any new flesh for the pyre? Oh, yeah, we do. Put them on the pile. Put them on the pile. Excuse me. Bucket a 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 bucket. Fallen? Fallen. What you got for us today, Fallen? A vampiric bow. Ooh. The bow is one that is sold by a demon that sells powerful items for discounted prices that have hidden curses. The power of the item is meant to drain life, which will heal the user. However, if it fails to drain enough life, it will drain the user instead. Huh! Very similar in vibe to the vampiric dagger we saw earlier. Aha! Who sent this one in? Fallen! How your name is very applicable to the situation. Dear Fallen. Because you have fallen. Your piece was not publicly available. I don't know if you forgot to check. I don't know if you decided you didn't need to check. But in the future, you should always check the link you send by opening it in an incognito window first. Refresh, did you fix it already? Ah, he fixed it. Fuck. Don't do that again. You did. You fixed it. You fixed it. You fixed it. Next time next time my speech at the end, my speech will be more intense. No, those are the rules. If they can get it fixed before we're done the speech, then we still look at it. A black short bow marked with dried old blood. Too many. You see how you go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Don't do that. It makes it sound like you're trying to write a poem. That once dripped from the grip. Are you trying to write a poem? Do you want this to sound like a Shel Silverstein poem? If you don't want people to think you're writing a poem, don't write it like that. Dripped from the grip and a black short bow. A black short bow marked a dried old blood that once dripped from the grip. Like, it sounds like a children's thing. I don't know if that's on purpose or not. If it's not if that's not on purpose, change it, because it's very very noticeable. It envelops any projectile shot by this weapon in necromantic magic, draining the life of any it hits and passing it on to the wielder. Okay, based on the second sentence, I'm going to go ahead and say I don't think you intended any of the Dr. Seussness of this first sentence. So make sure your sentence doesn't read like a Dr. Seuss sentence, or people are going to be like, that reads like a Dr. Seuss sentence. When an attack with this bow, oh my God, the Fallen, why are you writing, hey man, why are you writing this in the most awkward way you possibly could write a sentence? Did you do that on purpose, or is that an unintentional thing? Instead of saying, when an attack with this bow by someone attuned to this weapon, instead of saying that, say, when you hit with this bow. Do you see the difference between what you wrote and what I suggested, and how this feels like I'm reading something written by the bureaucracy of the government in Warhammer 40K? Do you know what I mean? Just don't apologize. Just acknowledge quietly to yourself that this sentence structure is gobbledygook and fix it. Holy shit. Okay, so what are you trying to say here? When you hit, this is trying to say when you hit. Okay, when you hit a creature with this bow and you beat their AC by 5 or more, you gain 1d4 hit points. Get rid of or the damage taken. You don't need that. Just make it. So here's how you rewrite this sentence so it's not fucking gobbledygook. You say something like, when you hit a creature with this weapon and beat its AC by 5 or more, you regain 1d4 hit points. There's an issue with that feature that I think is a little bit worth acknowledging here. This requires the Dungeon Master to tell you the monster's AC, basically. So there are plenty of abilities in the game that monsters have where they can hit you, and if they beat you by too much of your AC or beat a number by too much, something else happens. But you got to be thoughtful about how you do that on a monster, and I don't know if this is going to work at everyone's table, pretty simply because a lot of Dungeon Masters are not going to want to have to answer every single time a player hits with a weapon. They're not going to want to have to answer, yes, that is higher. No, that is not higher. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's going to be... So if your Dungeon Master doesn't mind doing that, this could work fine. If your Dungeon Master does mind doing that, then that's not going to be good. The other thing I think that you got to be worried about here a little bit is that I do think that this kind of falls into the bag of rats problem, which is that the only thing that triggers this healing is hitting something really well. So if I have a high enough attack roll as an archer, I could just be shooting arrows at trees and rats all day and infinite heal myself pretty easily. So I would just so there's a couple reasons why I think this might not work as written. So I might play around with that a little bit. And then it has a curse. Once this effect has triggered 10 times with a specific wielder, it grows accustomed to the wielder's blood and soul, but the bow demands more power and it may seek to draw. This is a whole lot of words that tell us no mechanics. Okay, so after you use it 10 times, it changes in the following ways. The healing increases by 1d6. However, when a 1 is rolled on the healing, the wielder is instead dealt 1d6 plus 2 necrotic damage. The plus 2 is kind of a nothing burger here. I want to say two things. One, I think this kind of falls... Hey, Adam, you miss me? I miss you too, baby. I think this kind of falls under the same issue as some of the other items we've looked at, where you're doing a thing where, like, it doesn't have a downside for a little while. So I'm just going to ignore the first part and assume... And just think about it just from this part. And I think just from this part, I think that the... healing is still gonna be so common and is so easily cheesable, and I think it taking some of your life when you roll a 1 is fine, but I would push you to try to get a little bit more nuanced with your curses. Like, this is one of those things where if your goal is just to make a simple, straightforward item, it's kind of fine, but I would argue then, like, an item that does, like, equal healing, healing, hurting, and that's kind of all it does, I think it's both boring and fine. So, like, if you want to make that, you totally should. And if you want to put it in your game, you totally should. But I would say if your goal is to grow as a writer, and to, like, be expanding your horizons as a creator, you should not limit yourself to those ideas, because that's square one. Like, build off of this, you know, give it some other features, let it do other things, because right now it's pretty basic, and I think it's okay that it's basic, but I want you to push yourself to be doing more than just making basic stuff. I do not think this fixes the bag of rats issue. So I think if this was an attempt to fix the bags of rats issue, on that specific point, I would say that probably is a swing and a miss, unfortunately. But I think that there's definitely space for items that, you know, that heal you and hurt enemies. Yeah, it doesn't really matter if it hurts you because it lets you heal it right back up. I mean... Even if it doesn't let you heal it right back up in the middle of that fight, it is infinite healing. There's an item that does a version of this in the rules, in the official book. And the way that it works is very simple. Basically, whenever you make an attack with it, you can choose to have it deal an extra 2d6 damage. And then whenever you do that, you take 1d6 damage. And that's it. Very simple. I think it works really well. And I understand that that's not the point here. The point here is this item is supposed to do some healing sometimes and some hurting other times. So I think you have to play around with this system of healing and this system of hurting a little bit. But if you don't need it to be a loop and you want it to kind of just be a constant thing, it could be as simple as that, you know? You can take 1d6 damage to make it deal an extra 2d6 damage. I think that's totally fine. All right, Fallen, thank you for sharing. Let's give them a round of applause. Pretty straightforward item. Kaboosh. Needs to specify that it doesn't work against constructs and undeads. I don't know if... maybe. I mean, I guess if you want to go with the lore of it being a vampire thing, yeah. But if you wanted to just make it steal life energy, it's whatever. But yeah, if it's supposed to be a vampire thing, it probably shouldn't work on the undead. Bagadu 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 bagadu. Bowtie Flumph. What do you got for us today, Bowtie? What's up, Sarah? How's it doing? How you do? You do good? This is a spell book of an ancient seer that causes the user's spells to fade away. Ooh. I love the art. Fuck yeah, dude. You have to give bonus points to anybody that's willing to make their own art, you know? It's one of those things that I do talk about occasionally on stream, but I think it's a pretty, I feel it very strongly, which is that what is this? Who's messaging me? Sorry, I got caught in a Discord message. I lost my train of thought entirely. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. Anytime you make your art, regardless of what it is, it, I think, adds character to your piece that elevates not just the piece, but also, like, your voice as a writer. All right. This is the ever-faded spellbook of Airy the Seer. While attuned to the ever-faded spellbook of Airy the Seer, you are cursed. While cursed in this way, anytime you cast a spell using a spell slot, you must make an Arcana check. It's 15 plus the level of the spell. Ooh, that's a rough check. If you wanted to make this less rough, I'd say base it off of like Dispel Magic or Counterspell, make it 10. If you fail, the spell you cast fades from the spellbook and you cannot cast it again until you finish a long rest. Oof. All right, so let's see what else it does. As an action while holding the book, also you should probably put the curse secondary, not first. Put the curse secondary. As an action while holding the book, you can make, don't say may, say can. You can make a history check to cast a spell once cast by Airy the Seer. Depending on the results of the roll, you can cast the following spells at their lowest level without expending a spell slot or using any of the components. So as an action, you roll a history check. Okay, here's what I'm gonna say here. I worry... Huh. It's an interesting idea. It's an interesting idea. But here's my thought. my thought process is that if we actually look at the spells on this list, very few of them are not situationally helpful. I don't know if it is of the same value to lose a spell every time you cast it as to use your action to cast a random spell. Because truly, a lot of these spells are not going to have a major impact a lot of the time. So I don't know how much true randomness we like here, especially with the specific spells on this spell list. That's the first thought. The second thought, and maybe it's not a big deal, but I do think it's worth thinking about, is that if we are picking what the spell we're getting to cast is based off of a history check, a skill check, that is kind of easy to cheese. There's a lot of ways to boost skill checks in D&D. Like, a lot of different classes have ways to either boost their own skill checks or to boost each other's skill checks. Burger Pal, it's not a matter of... I mean, you can add that if you want to. It's just a matter of, do you want to write in the grammatically correct way to make it look like you know how to write for D&D? Or do you want to write in the grammatically correct way that makes it look like you don't know how to write for D&D? It really just comes down to that. So yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting idea, but I do worry that this could be taken advantage of in the worst situations, and in the best situations, random spells are really random. You know? I like the idea of a spell book that makes you potentially lose your spells or gain other spells, though. But I don't really have more thoughts other than that. Yeah, I also don't know if it would be worth only... Yeah, you once a day or twice a day get random spells. It's an interesting idea. I would maybe play around with the spell list if you really want to keep it that way. And I would also definitely play around with the history check element. The goal for the spells was divination or anything with dust fading theme. I think that they all sort of feel... I'm not saying that the spells aren't an interesting thematic spell list. What I'm saying, though, is the theme that you have chosen has led to a spell list that oftentimes really does not pair well with randomization. Because it's a lot of very niche spells. That's what I'm saying. So if this is what if this spell list is the one that you are keen on, then I say keep this spell list and change the system through which you're casting it. Don't make it a random dice roll. Give the player some element of choice or something, because it's not a bad spell list for a magic item. I mean, it's really powerful. It's a lot of really powerful spells, but it's not a good random spell list. So you should pick, what do I care more about, this spell list or the random? And then lean it in that direction. Cool. All right, Bowtie, thank you for sharing. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. It's a really interesting idea. Yeah, you could honestly just make it have charges. Like, you could really just make it that simple. I understand that part of the element of it, though, is it's like, maybe you lose spells, maybe you gain spells, so... But I could definitely see it just being charges, for sure. What if you rolled for it at the start of the day? That could also work, Quispy. Rolling for it at the start of the day, so you're not doing it... Yeah, that's... Quispy, that might be the solution. That, like, over the course of a long rest, you can read from the book. If you do roll dice, roll an investigation check, roll a history check, or whatever, and you gain one of the spell, you gain a spell the next day based on that check. That could work really well. That might be the solution right there. How do we know ahead of time what the challenge will be? I posted it on my... I posted in my Discord. I posted on my YouTube community tab. And everywhere where I post things, I posted it. So if you're in my Discord, you would have gotten notifications about it. If you checked my community tab, you'd have gotten notifications about it. I usually on Sunday is when the decision is made. Sunday or Monday. Every Friday or Saturday, I put a poll up on my YouTube community tab about what we should do for the next challenge, and then I pick it by the end of Sunday night. Yep. Bugget a 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 pendant. All right, Brent says this is Muckraker's hunting stick, page 4. I rarely bother to homebrew weapons, so I've tried to keep it fairly simple. All right, let's take a look. Oh, you sent me the whole document. Muckraker's mischievous. Here you go, chat. Whole big crazy document. What's up, Crazy Moose? You got to go to your esports game? All right, tell the esport that I say ahoy hoy. I'm doing well, Mr. Vimes. I hope you're doing well. I might have looked... I think I've looked at this before. I've seen a Jar of Bees item before. I don't know if it's that one specifically. But we have looked at a Jar of Beads on stream before. It may have been Brent's. All right, let's take a look at this Muckraker's Mischief Maker. This simplistic and immature magical worm, enchanted by the skilled hands of Tilso the Muckraker, looks and feels convincingly like a sloppy, swirly pile of poo. Okay. You can use an action to throw the Mischief Maker up to 25 feet. You can target a creature or object when doing so and make a ranged attack against it. I think you can just simplify all of this to say you can make a range. You can, as an action, you can make a ranged attack against a ranged attack with a against the creature you can see with a range of 25 feet. Or I think you can just make this all one sentence. Like all of this can just be one sentence. When it lands a 10-foot area... Yeah, this doesn't need to be an attack roll. If it's doing stuff with a saving throw, just say, as an action, you can throw the Mischief Maker up to 25 feet to a spot you can see. I don't think you need to do the creature targeting at all. When it lands, a 10-foot area is splattered. Don't write in passive voice, Brent. Come on, man. We've talked about this. You're a better writer than this now. Is splattered? Splatter is a verb. You don't need to put a verb before your verb. Instead of saying a 10-foot area is splattered, say a 10-foot area splatters. You silly goose. Whenever you guys are writing, all of you, this word, the word is, also known as to be, also known as am, is, are, was, were, been, being, been. 9 times out of 10, you do not need that word in your writing. 9 times out of 10, that word is making your writing less focused, less flavorful, and less evocative. 80% of you, if you decided tomorrow to never use the word am, is, are, was, were, been, being, been again in your writing, you would become a much better writer. Straight up. Unquestionably, it would improve your writing more than doing literally almost anything else. All right, we're moving on. But do that. Illusory muck completely with unpleasant odor and illusory flies about it. Creatures within 10 feet must make a wisdom saving throw. I'm skimming because you're really overly wordy in the way this is written. Creatures within 10 feet of it have to make a DC 13 wisdom save or become nauseated, taking 2d6 psychic damage and having suffering disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws until they leave the area. To nauseated creatures, the area becomes difficult terrain. They have to make a dex saving throw or fall prone and spend the rest of the turn panicking. Does that mean, what does that mean to spend the rest of their turn panicking? Does that mean they don't get an action? Does that mean they don't, what does that mean? The attuned creature can use an action to command the mischief maker to return to them, causing it to drop any illusions that it was maintained and slither towards them. I think it's a really fun idea for a magic item. I think, holy fuck, Brent, this is so wordy. This is so wordy, my guy. So I think this whole thing could take up as much space as this, and it probably should. But the idea is fun. I like it. It's definitely not a cursed item. So I'm a little bit annoyed that that you sent it in today. But I love you and I really appreciate you, but this is not a cursed item. So we're going to not really talk about it anymore. I hope that's fine with you. Thank you for sharing. Main feedback is that it's a little bit too wordy. Also, I'd probably let creatures remake the saving throw. I wouldn't make them make it once and then fail it forever. Bucket a 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 bucket Captain Hook. Crazy Moose. It is going to read what you said or no? I guess it's not. The hook of plot. It can take any name. Save or object force marches a character in a direction of the DM's choosing. It's just the Apollo hook that comes out and drags people in. Your goal is to have fun and give me what I want. Well, you're never going to be able to do that. This show is not about giving me what I want. So if you have followed the prompt and sent me a homebrew magic item, you're doing the prompt and you're helping the show keep going. But what I want, it is not that. I don't want a magic item that you made. But that's okay. You don't need to give me what I want. That's not what I'm asking for. Let's take a look at the magic item. Ring of the Ghost. This simple copper ring is icy to the touch and gives the faint sound of ghostly whispers when held to your ear. Stop avoiding the old man in the tavern. Yeah, no, it's very funny. I like it. It's like, no, this way. No, this way. This is the perfect length of sentence. This is the perfect amount of description. You can make more, but I don't need more or want more most of the time. Ghostly form. While wearing this ring, don't say may, say can. Come on, guys, you're better than this. While wearing this ring, you can use an action to assume an ethereal form for 1 minute. While in this form, you gain resistance to non-magical piercing, slashing, bludgeoning damage. Go fuck yourself. And can move through solid objects as if they were difficult terrain. It has 2 charges. It refreshes at midnight. Curse. While attuned to this object, your dreams are haunted by unfinished business of nearby ghosts that make it difficult to rest. You must make a wisdom saving throw when you finish a long rest or begin your day with 1 point of exhaustion. All right. Here's what we're going to say. You write professionally, Captain Hook. You might write professionally, but you don't write professionally for D&D. And I'm going to tell you right now, if you write professionally, then I shouldn't have to tell you that certain types of writings require certain types of semantics. So when you say that I write professionally, use may, to me what that says is I think I know what I'm talking about, but I don't really know what I'm talking about. I've had a little bit of success, but I'm just getting started, so I feel a little bit big for my britches. Which is great. I hope you're doing well, but you should know that D&D is not written like regular writing. D&D is written like games. D&D uses language to express game mechanics, and it uses very specific language. It's a little bit more like writing for legalese. So if you care about writing well for D&D, which you should if you are a writer, because you should care about writing for the thing you're writing for, then you should use the word can in the circumstance of writing D&D. If you don't care, then why are you writing at all? If you don't care. We can argue about it if you want, but you're just wrong. You're just wrong. What style guide are you talking about, dude? Okay, I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm telling you, you don't need to use... You're just wrong here, buddy. I love you, but you're just wrong. Are you talking about something you posted in my Discord? What 5e style guide? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What 5e? Like, where did you post it? If you're it is worth arguing about, because you're saying something confident that's just wrong. And for better or worse, if you are telling us to use the word may instead of can in a 5e style guide, you are literally teaching the wrong thing in a style guide. Like, legitimately. Maybe that's changing for the new rules. Maybe in the 2024 rules, the style of how writing is different. That might be true. But if you look at any of the official books published by Wizards of the Coast from 2014 to 2024, they don't use the word may outside of very specific circumstances. If you linked something in the chat, it wouldn't have gone through because I don't allow hyperlinks in my chat. But yeah, go through anything. Go through all the books. Go through all the magic items. Almost no circumstances of may. So if you believe that may is the right word, I think the most important thing that you should do is go back and make sure you are making a 5e style guide that is actually a 5e style guide for writing 5e and not a 5e style guide for writing in general. Because a lot of in general writing is completely different than D&D writing. And you don't need to do that if you don't want to. Like, if you can decide, I don't care, I'm going to write the way that I want to write, I have my own voice, I think it's clear. That's totally fine. But to say that that's the right way to do it in 5e is just misinformation. So I apologize if you don't want me to focus on that, but it's very hard for me not to focus on it when I feel like you are not using proper information. You know, like, there's something really... I don't mind someone being confident. I don't mind someone being wrong. I don't even mind someone being confidently wrong. But someone being confidently wrong and then trying to bestow that on other people, I feel like it's worth being like, hey, just check your work, dude. Just check your work. Just check your work. Just check your work. Now, in terms of what the item does, being able to become ethereal 2 times a day, I would argue is a little bit more powerful than I would make an uncommon item. I'd probably make it a rare item. And while the curse, I agree, the curse isn't so bad, it's not, like, interesting either, right? Like, the curse is basically you have exhaustion some days. So I would push back a little bit here, and I would say I don't know if this feels like an item worth keeping. This sort of feels like an item that says you're just going to have disadvantage on your ability checks, you know, 30 to 50% of the time. Like, maybe that's fine, but I think exhaustion is such a hated mechanic to the point where, like, the Berserker Barbarian goes unused, that I would be very, very wary of tying the exhaustion mechanic into the curse. Robin, what are you doing? Stop! Don't you start spamming my trap with gobbledygook, you silly goose. So I would be wary of using exhaustion. But I do think the idea of, you know, I like this. I like ghostly form. It's a cool mechanic. And I like the idea that you are ghostly, but that also means that, like, ghosts are more aware of you. That's cool too. Like, conceptually, it's a very interesting idea. All right. I don't really have more thoughts. Yeah, it's probably rare at a minimum. Even just getting resistance to non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing for a minute's pretty strong. And then being able to move through solid objects is also pretty strong. Because the other thing, and I'm not sure if that's intentional here, but to me, this reads like you could also walk through walls. And if you can also walk through walls, that's quite powerful. But those are my thoughts. Thank you very much for sharing. Fix your style guide before you tell people to use it. Exhaustion after rest feels bad. I mean, yeah, exhaustion always feels bad. I don't like using exhaustion as mechanics for that, but if you don't mind it in your game, then it's gonna work fine. It's not the mechanic for me. I think the newer version of exhaustion's a little bit better, but even that is, I haven't used it in play, so I don't even know how much it actually feels better. All right, thank you very much, Captain Hook. You do run the new version and have for years? The new version of what? Oh, of exhaustion. Ah, okay. That makes sense. That's not really an excuse. I don't know what the point of that is. Are you just saying, are you saying that to just, all right, whatever. I'm just going to ignore it. That doesn't, whatever. That's fine. It's fine. Exhaustion makes you tired? Me too. Alrighty. Did you guys see my brain break for a second there? Before I decided not to climb up a specific hill? You meant in your homebrew and writing? No, I understood what you meant, exhaustion. What I meant, I'm not going to get into it, but what I was going to say is that I don't like when people try to clarify their homebrew. I like the homebrew just to speak for itself. And when people try to clarify something, for example, and I'm sure you did not mean it with any malice, but when I said, like, maybe this would work with the new exhaustion mechanic, and you were like, oh, well, I actually use the new exhaustion mechanic and have for years. It feels to me like you're making an excuse for your piece, which irritates me. And I know that that's probably not what's happening, but that is where my mind goes immediately. And it's like, that's not really helping you or me or any of us, right? And I know that's probably not what you were doing, but that's what it feels like. Yeah, it wouldn't kill you if you have food and water. We weren't at odds, Mike. The only reason we were at odds is because you really proudly said something that was just flat out wrong. And were like fighting me on it. And it's like, there's a lot of stuff that's up to interpretation. There's other stuff that we could like look. We can look at the numbers. We can check the stats. So that part, you know, that was a little bit annoying. But other than that, you're good. Your dad's blugga 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 blugga. What is this weird? What is that weird name that you picked? The goal is to provide a powerful item that works well with my campaign's sanity mechanic. Do I need to know how your sanity mechanic works? Base 50 plus intelligence. If you reach 0, your character loses all sense of self and they become unplayable. Okay. If this fundamentally requires me to understand your sanity mechanic, I'm not going to have much to say about it, but I can see what I can do here. Another one. Friends! Do I have to play sad music again? If you don't make your piece publicly available, I can't view it. You silly goose. You gotta check your document. Open it in an incognito window. That way we'll know if it works or it doesn't work. If you see this and you fix it while we are still streaming, then I will put you back on the wheel. But for now, we bid you adieu. We wish you well. And we want to say that it's okay. Just because you fall does not mean you cannot rise. So we believe in you. But we are not going to look at a piece that we cannot look at. A bucket, 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 a bucket. E-Kid. Yeah, just cursed items tonight. Cursed items where specifically the goal is it's a cursed item that you will want to keep around. This cursed item is all about taking what's thrown at you and using that pain as you feel strength. Ooh. Why are you doing different colors? Don't do that. This is just hard to read. Okay. This item looks like a chain, like a chain's two ends together. Your grammar broke. I don't know what happened here, but your grammar broke. They who bind themselves to this chain may never feel peace again. What? Is this supposed to be a quote? If it's supposed to be a quote, put it in quotations. I don't think this is the right use of the word thy. I think you mean those. All right. Let's read what it actually does. Every action you use, you take 1d6 psychic damage, and all bludgeoning, slashing, and piercing damage done to you is doubled. For how long? Every attack that hits you that dealt damage gives you +1 bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage after the attack. Reset this attack bonus to 0. Okay, E-Kid, I'm going to tell you something that I've had to tell quite a few of our viewers, and I mean this kindly. I mean this kindly. You need to write in full sentences. This is not writing in full sentences. And this is not writing in full sentences. If you don't write in full sentences, you don't seem like you know what you're doing, regardless of if you do. And maybe more importantly, if you don't really care what impression you have on people, if it's not, and it shouldn't be about that, actually. That's not the most important thing. But this is hard to understand. And it's 2 sentences long. It probably should be 4 sentences. But even with it being 2 sentences long, it's actually hard to understand. Something this simple should not be this hard to understand. And it is this hard to understand because of how poor the grammar is. So you gots to get on your full sentence game, my guy. You gots to. I don't care if you want to write half sentences for your schoolwork. School's for nerds and losers. I don't care about your homework. Fuck a homework. What I do care about is you making a cool magic item that you can give someone and they can read it and think it's awesome. And then you can look at them and they can look at you and you can look at them and then you can feel happy and they can feel happy. And you share in the wonderful glory of creation together. But you can't do that if you don't write in full sentences. So you need to work on your grammar, my brother. There's a variety of ways to do that. If you have no one to work with, then the 2 main things I would suggest doing are look at other magic items, look at how they are written, look at how they write in full sentences. The other thing that you can do is you can put all of your stuff aside, not look at it for like a week, and then read it to yourself out loud. If you read any of these sentences out loud, you will feel how uncomfortable they are. The problem is that your brain is very good at pattern recognition. Your brain is really good at filling the gaps and making things work smoothly. So it's going to fix a lot of the awkward stuff for you. So you're not going to notice that you need to fix it because you wrote it. And if you go with like a week without reading it and look at it again, your brain isn't going to do as much of that stuff. Also, if you read it out loud. So what does this item actually do? Whenever you take an action, whenever you take any action, you get 1d6 psychic damage, and you become vulnerable to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage for some amount of time. I'm gonna assume a round until the start of your next turn, maybe. In addition, whenever something deals bludgeoning or whenever something hits you with an attack, you get to +1 to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage based attacks until you make one. That's confusing. I'm going to be honest. I think it's doing... This is going to be crazy. Because, again, it's 2 sentences. But I think it's doing way too much. I think getting vulnerability to these damage types is a lot. I think getting psychic damage every single time you hit do anything is a lot. I think getting +1 bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage every time something hits you is a lot. And I don't think it's a lot that equals into something that works. It's like you're putting soy sauce on, like, spicy hot wings. You're just putting something extreme things on extreme things. So I might tone it back a little bit. Yeah, it's a lot of bookkeeping. It's not even it's not the craziest amount of bookkeeping, but it is it's a little bit of bookkeeping, I guess. But I don't even actually know if it's too much bookkeeping. It's just one number, but it's a lot. I would simplify the idea if I were you. And then more so than simplify the idea, aside from making sure your sentences are written in a clear way, don't forget the way we describe action economy in D&D and, like, pacing in D&D. So when you have things like this, for example, this damage, how long does it last? Does it last until the start of your next turn, the end of your next turn? You get +1 damage after attack resets this bonus to 0. I'm assuming what you want to say is you get a +1 for every hit that gets you, and it stacks. And then after you make an attack using that bonus, that stack disappears. I'm assuming that's what you are trying to say, but my God, does that not work here? Do you know what I mean? So I would just be thoughtful of that. Also, yes, because there is no cap on this, it is pretty easy to cheese. You could, for example, let's say I am a barbarian and I have a wizard in my party. The wizard could just punch me in the arm all day, dealing 1 damage to me because they're a wizard, and they could make 100 attacks on me, and now I deal +100 damage on my next attack. So you got to be careful with that. Oh, it should definitely be more sentences, for sure. So you got to be careful with that cap. You could make it something like where it's only over the course of a turn. You know, at the end of your turn, it loses all charges or whatever. But yeah, make sure you're thinking about this, not just in terms of the mechanics that you want it to include, but also the way that you express those mechanics, and then also making sure those mechanics are sitting within the larger mechanics of D&D. So we're thinking about action economy, we're thinking about timing, we're thinking about, you know, how long things last and how powerful things can become reasonably within the context of the system we're building them for. All right. Necklace of Eternal Agony. Thank you very much. This was by E-Kid. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wait a minute. I am not too proud to admit when I am wrong. I have not done any of the class or item work for my publisher. May is preferred for taking possible actions within the adventure where I am coming from. Can is used inside mechanical language. I died on my hill and accept death. Thank you, Captain Hook. I'm not an asshole that doesn't know what they're talking about, okay? I'm half an asshole that definitely knows what they're talking about. When I don't know what I'm talking about, Here's the thing about my stream. First of all, I appreciate it. You should be proud, honestly, because not a lot of people would have done what you just did. So I think, if anything, you should consider yourself, you should have more pride in this moment than you would have in the past, because there is nothing harder to do than eating crow, my friend. Crow doesn't taste good. It's so hard to make crow taste good. You can fry it. You can put all sorts of seasoning on it. You can do so much to make crow try to taste good. It is hard to eat crow. So I appreciate you eating a little bit of crow. And I would hope that as we move forward as a community, that we all can remember that I don't know everything. I don't know everything. But when I'm wrong, which is often, but when I'm wrong, we always follow through with it on stream. The amount of times that I say something with my chest and then someone says it's wrong and then we look into it and then I was wrong is pretty common. But if I don't have to do that, if I don't take the steps to look it up, that's only because I'm too confident in it. Because there are some things that I just know. Not a lot, but there are some that I just know. And maybe you are in a position where you are not needing to do the editorial writing, so you don't have to worry about that sort of nitty-gritty. But for the most part, most people in this community are not. Most people in this community are independent writers where they are both the writer and the editor. So our goal with these writers that we're working with here is to get their writing as close to finished, published as possible, because quite frankly, a lot of them are never going to have the opportunity to work with an editor. So they need to be able to make their work look as good as if an editor was working with them. So they got to build that editorial into the writing. And I'll also say, further from that, I think that it's a good habit in general to write with the finished product in mind when you're doing the growing, when you're still doing the learning and the growing. Like, it's with any creative writing project, like, you're practicing skills, but you should be, never assume that you're going to get your shit published, but you should always write as if it would be and try to be aspiring for it to be better and better and better. All right. Rant over. But yeah, never use may. It's used so infrequently. I will also say, Captain, I don't know if you're writing for a third-party publisher, but if you were writing for something like Kobold Press or for something like Mage Hand Press, they have different rules. So Mage Hand Press and Kobold Press, they do use the word may when describing their monster features all the time. But that's different. It's different because they also, if you read all of Kobold Press's monsters or all of Mage Hand Press's monsters or any of the larger third-party creators, not only do they use may, they have a whole bunch of very different things that they use in the way that they format their monster stat blocks and their magic items and their subclasses. But it works because they are established and they are writing in their established voice. Most people are not established. So if you are trying to grow as a writer and you're trying to get your established voice together, like, unless you are really the diamond in the rough, the best way, the easiest way to grow as a writer, to find your voice, is to learn the proper official language so you can become comfortable with it, and then you can build your own voice off of that. If you don't take the time to learn the official language, you are sort of always making shit up, which might lead to you coming up with a really fantastic, unique way of writing a story. But more often than not, it's going to lead to you sitting in a pool of gobbledygook. So it also might be different for your particular publisher, whoever they are. Like, there's a bunch I know that use may a lot. But, again, If you are trying to grow as a writer, and you're coming from a position of I don't know what I'm doing, or I'm just trying to improve, if you're trying to follow the basic systems, the only time that may is used in D&D official books is going to be in campaign modules. But when we're talking about monsters, magic items, spells, subclass features, the only time it comes up is basically when the rules indicate that the dungeon master has an option to make a call. That's usually when it comes up. There might be a couple other circumstances, but that's the main one. The dungeon master may decide, you know, I may decide, bop, 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 bop. Your DM may decide, bop, 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 bop. That's the situation that it's the most frequent. A good way to keep it in your head, if you're trying to keep it proper, is that the word can is explaining what you can do. The word may is offering, is like, the word may is like, you might do this. One is like saying you can do this, and one is saying you might do this. And might is not the same as can. Can is like, you have the ability to do this. Might is like, it has nothing to do with your ability. This thing may or may not happen. Does that make sense? Is that clear? It can be confusing. That's why the easiest solution is just to say never use the word may. Because it comes up so infrequently that just never using it, you'll be fine. Same as never using the verb to be. Like the word is, am, is, are, was, were, been, being, been, to be, all those words, you do want to use them in writing sometimes, and if you are a good writer, then you can. But if you decide you're going to completely cut those words out of your writing, you're going to be irrationally limiting yourself to a certain extent, but you're also going to grow a lot as a writer so that you can decide to start incorporating those words back in, and then have a fuller understanding of when to use them and when not to use them. No, because reactions would not be may, because it's not about you might or might not do it. You can. You can always... Can is the same as... Can doesn't mean you will. Can means you can. You know? Bucket a 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 boom. Sylvie. It's not even about neutral language, it's about active language. The poop is splattered on the wall. The poop splatters on the wall. All right, Sylvie, what you got for us today? There are going to be times, for the record, that you do want to use the word am, is, are, was, were, been, being, been. Like that definitely matters quite a lot. But we use it way too much. So by cutting it out of your language, you force yourself to stop using it as a crutch. But there definitely are times that you do want to use it actually. You just want to make sure you're using them, you're not overusing it, which is why it's good to practice cutting it out. The best English teacher I ever had never let us use those words. And it made me have to write some weird fucking sentences sometimes, but it also made me very acutely aware of when I would use them for the rest of my life. What was Sylvie's goal here? To create a usable weapon with a sizable but still compelling downside for roleplay and mechanical playability. Love it. Oh, Sylvie. We got a lot of these today, huh? Does it get old when we keep playing the song over and over again? To those that do not make their pieces publicly available, And for all who forget to open their pieces in incognito windows to check, we salute you. Sylvie, 2 other people have already had to go through this today, so we're not doing a long one. But in a nutshell, if you see this and you fix it, let us know. We'll put you back on the wheel. If you don't, just remember to make sure your homebrew is publicly available next time. And you can check that by opening it in an incognito window. We love you. And we're sad. But we're not that sad. We're like regular sad. Ooh, spooky music. All right, let's see. Did we get anybody new? Nope. You're super sad? I'm sorry. Bagadu 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 bagadu. Dice, Admiral. Ah, dice. What a glorious tyrannosauri. Okay, what you got for us today, Dice? The benefit and the curse both make movement easier. I like the way they tie together, but I feel like the numbers could take a tweak and rarity is a guess. All right, let's see. The Zephyr Ring. Ooh. Let's see. Zephyr Ring. Base item. You become like the wind. Fast, blustery, and insubstantial. Properties. When you take the dash action, you gain 30 feet of additional movement. Oof. When you are pushed, you move an additional 15 feet in the same direction. Interesting. Huh. 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 My initial thought is that I like it. I might change this to when you are moved against your will. Because there's lots of features that move you against your will that are not just pushing, and I would want this to be open to those. You know? When you are targeted by a spell or ability that can move you against your will, it can move you an additional 15 feet. Something like that. I also have a question for chat. Do we feel like this works as is? Or do we feel like we should make the movement speed bonus 15 feet? Is it better if this is the same as this? Or is it too powerful with it being 30 feet? Or does it not matter? I might make it so the additional 30 feet has to be in a straight line. Alexander, I agree. I agree. I actually think that is the move. I think that is the move. I think you make it so this has to be in a straight line, and this is just 15 feet continuing whatever the bad guy's straight line was. I like it, though. I might lower the... If I was going to give this to a player, depending on what level they were, I'd probably make this 15 feet. I might say it something like this. When you take the dash action, if you use your additional movement to move in a straight line, you can then continue to move in a straight line up to an additional 30 feet. So the idea would being like, if you dash, if you charge up that extra movement, you could keep it going. Something like that. Honestly, in a weird way, I almost feel like the property of this item would be more of a non-battle map feature, and then the curse of it would be more of a battle map feature. Especially if we do the straight line gimmick. But I like it. It's pretty simple, straightforward. What rarity should it be? I think if you kept this at 30 feet... If you kept this at 30 feet, and then you made this clearly being able to be affected by all sorts of stuff, like anything that moved you at all, I think keeping it as rare would probably be fine. I think if you made the movement more free form, or made this literally just creatures basically just pushing you, then very rare makes a lot more sense. The pushing curse could also be double the distance of the initial push. Like this would be 60 feet and this would be 30 feet. Or you're saying that, oh, you're saying that like whatever the thing was that pushed you, it would just double the distance of it. You could do that. You could do that. I think it's fine making it a flat 15 feet though. I think that's fine. Quite frankly, a lot of the time the things that push you are going to push you less than 15 feet. A lot of stuff that pushes you in D&D pushes you 5 feet or 10 feet. It's not really until you're like pretty high level that you're dealing with stuff that knocks you 30 feet back. But overall, fun item. All right, thank you very much. I would probably say no, the player does not choose the additional 15 feet. It says in the same... It actually answers it right there. It just says in the same direction. So no, they do not choose, because notice how it says the same direction. Thank you for sharing. If you have total control over the direction of this movement, yeah, that's a very rare item. I think so. Because you got to keep in mind, you're not building this for a specific character. You're just building this. So this on a rogue is ridiculous. This just gives the rogue, you know what I mean? Like, there's lots of ways. You don't want to build this assuming that you have to use your action to dash. If you do want to do that, you limit it to a specific class. And even then, they might multi-class. Anyway, overall, I think it's solid. I think it's fun. Kaboosh. Kaboosh. That's true. You could also have an ally shove you and then just give you fucking... Just blast you across a map. I didn't even think about that. That's funny. Alrighty. Telekinetic. Yeah. Really fling them around. Well, it's not even use you as a stress ball. It's like literally just gives you free movement. Like if you're in a fight and you can move somebody 5 feet and then they can move them 20 feet, that's very good. Aaron. Let's see. This sword's name sounds like mine, which is entirely coincidental. Just wanted to make sure it is correct. It is the correct rarity. The correct rarity. I guess we'll find out. Rarity, I hardly know it. If you're gonna use art, say where it comes from. This looks like AI art. I don't know if it is, but it looks like AI art. It has all the markings of AI art. Everything a little squiggly, weird markings. So don't do that. I'm going to take a look at it still, but don't use AI art. And if you are using something that's not AI art, say where you're getting it from. And if you made it yourself, say that you made it yourself. Yeah, it's a very AI looking sword. All right, let's see. This large, dark-bladed sword thirsts for battle. If you are at or below half your maximum hit points, its power increases, dealing an additional 2d8 necrotic damage to any target it hits. This necrotic damage further increases by 2 when your hit points reach 25% and 12%. Who sent this? Aaron, what the fuck are you doing? Are you really do you really expect players to calculate 12% of their maximum hit points? What are we doing here? So, rule of thumb, in D&D, if you are going to make players do math, never make it be more complicated than dividing by 2. So I would not do either of these parts. Also, when you say increases by 2, I don't know if you mean increases by 2d8 or increases by 2 or what. So I would rebuild this pretty dramatically. Curse. If a creature attuned to this weapon recovers hit points or falls to 0, it becomes mundane until they are fully healed. Huh. So an item that gets better the less health you have, but becomes mundane when you are fully healed. Oh, becomes mundane until you're fully healed. I see. I think it's an interesting idea. I think the damage scaling is a little high. And I think the way it's written is unclear here. And I think the ask of percentages is a little ridiculous. But I think that the idea that it's a cursed item that gets stronger when you take damage and then turns off when you get healing until you're back to full is kind of fun. I like that. Yeah, the curse is fairly weak. I mean, it's not that weak, right? The item's not that great either. Like, the item only does anything when you're at half health. So I actually think it's probably okay. But I might just have it be the 50%. Yeah. I like the idea, though. I think the idea is fun. The idea of an item that gets stronger, but you can't do anything about your health getting better, and if you do, it stops getting stronger. I think that could lead to some interesting gameplay moments and some stressful moments as a player, which could be good. No more thoughts. Interesting idea, Aaron. Let's give Aaron a round of applause. You got to remember that everybody's an idiot, and sometimes they don't have calculators, so asking for 12% is a lot. Urk Languish, how's it going, buddy? Good to see you. Okie dokie. You were listening to what you cut on the way home? Reasonable. You like the frog pendant? I'm going to be honest, guys. I think almost everything that we looked at today, even if it didn't work in its core frame initially, feels like it has interesting legs. I don't think there's a single thing we looked at today that just felt like this wouldn't work at all. Curses are breed interesting ideas sometimes. Question, Cinder, are you allowed to send in homebrew you've reviewed before if it's changed? E-kids, have you looked at the rules of the forums before, my darling? No. The main reason why I don't like reviewing homebrew that I reviewed before is partially for my own benefit, and then partially for your benefit, and partially for the stream's benefit. Partially for the stream's benefit, partially for my benefit, because it is... I hate it. I hate doing it. I hate doing it for a bunch of reasons, but it legitimately puts me in a bad mood. It makes me angry. It doesn't even make me angry at you. It makes me, like, unhappy. It makes me, like, I feel like I'm not having joy in my life. Re-reviewing homebrew. Partially because if you don't change something that I asked you to change, I start to feel like, well, then why the fuck do you care what I have to say? But I also know that I don't want you to change things based on what I say if you don't want to. So I would rather you just not send it to me again so I don't think about it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to create I don't want to create an environment where you feel pressured to change your homebrew because I'm going to be mad if you don't change something that I thought you should have. The other reason is usually if I'm re-reviewing a piece and I'm doing it like for someone as like an editor, or like I'm doing something like not on stream and I'm helping someone with their homebrew, I don't read the whole thing the second time around. I just sort of read the changes and skim it. I don't think that's particularly going to be exciting or engaging for an audience. You know? And then the last reason why I don't like to re-review homebrew is because oftentimes when I'm reviewing a piece that has been changed, I will end up giving feedback that is somewhat contradictory to the feedback I gave initially, and that can make the writer very frustrated with me. But when in actuality, the contradictory feedback feels applicable based on how the piece has changed, that might still lead to the player feeling like I'm not helping them, or they're getting mad at me. Like, if I give you some feedback and then next time around my feedback is, why did you do this? And you're like, because you told me to. In my head, I'm going to be like, well, you didn't execute it the way that I thought you should. And that's not going to help. Like, we don't need to have that conversation. We can just avoid all of that. Yeah, no AI writing, no AI art. I don't care. You can have whatever political opinions you want about it, but I don't like it on my show. So if you have something with AI art, great. I think you're probably stealing at least a little bit, but beyond that, beyond my personal opinion on it, you know, take it out of whatever your piece is before I look at it. That last piece was... You think that last piece was? I wasn't sure if it was. That's why I kept looking at it. All right. Next time I think a piece is AI art and I ask you guys if it's AI art, I'll wait to see what your response is, and then we'll decide whether or not we look at it. I should have trusted on chat's eyes more than my own. You did reverse image search? All right, cool. Well, thank you for the heads up. I apologize. Whoever sent that one in, don't do that next time. Do I plan on doing any long form videos? You enjoyed the last one? Yeah, I plan on doing more. I have one that I'm working on right now that's all about Warhammer, but I've literally reopened the start like I've redone the opening like 3 times because I keep changing what I want it to sound like. I'm struggling with the tone of it and with the pace of it. I'm struggling to find a good tone and pace to make me feel like it is valuable. So I have a 45-minute edit of it. It's 45 minutes long. It doesn't have all the graphics yet, but I am probably going to release that 45-minute video to my Patreon and to my YouTube members as just like, hey guys, I'm not going to make this video. I'm going to make a different version, but you guys can have this. Because yeah, I want the video to be a little sillier and a little faster. So there's a long form video coming out for all my YouTube members and patrons in the next week or two. And then there's going to be another long form video that's not quite that long. That's going to come out for everybody in the next week or two. I was into AI art until I learned it was a plagiarism engine too. I think everybody was. Dude, before I learned that AI art was built on plagiarism and wasn't built on real AI, I would have been like, or I mean, was real AI, but whatever that means. Like it was taking art without permission. It was the coolest fucking toy to play with in the world. We had an AI art section in my Discord. Like, we were fucking around with it. We did whole streams devoted to trying to make cool stuff with AI art. Because we didn't understand. We didn't know how it came from. It was a magic box. It was a magic box that we didn't know how it worked. But then we learned how it worked, and it became time to be a little bit more responsible with our actions. And for better or worse, I have decided that at least part of my content creation is going to be being a streamer. And for better or worse, that means I have a parasocial relationship with my audience, which often means that I express my feelings and ethics and morals more, and that means I have to live by them more, because we have a little bit more of you seeing me as a person than you would if you just watched my YouTube shorts. And long story short, that means that if I think AI art is probably not great, I shouldn't be supporting it on my channel. I literally, guys, I had to turn away a sponsorship because it was using AI art. I got reached out to by a company that was doing a Kickstarter, and it was a cool looking Kickstarter. And I'm not going to say any details about what it is specifically because I'm not trying to get anybody in trouble or call anybody out. But they wanted me to, I was going to do a little ad for them and maybe do a sponsored stream for them. But then I realized they were using AI art, and I had to back out of the project. I felt bad. I had to back out of it. Like, I basically made a video. I made most of the video, and I didn't realize it was AI art. And then I was checking out their Kickstarter because I was trying to find some like deets to make sure I included everything that I needed to. And then I saw the very bottom of their Discord, the very bottom of their Kickstarter, it talked about how they were using AI art, and I was like, oh fuck. So I sent an email basically just being like, I'm sorry, man, I can't do this. Like, it will not be good. I'm so anti-AI art in the way I promote things that me promoting this will just lead to people giving you a hard time about using AI art. Like, it won't be good. Yeah, dude, I am so glad I figured that out in time. Because the other thing is that if I didn't figure that out in time, people would have been calling me such a hypocrite. I would have gotten such shit. And like, it would have, I kind of would have deserved it for not doing my due diligence, but it would have been so unintentional. You know? It would have been so unintentional. You respect that? Well, good. That was the first time I had to turn away a job for ethics. That was the first time I had to be like, I must put my feelings, I must put my morals first. I haven't had to do that much before in this industry. Mostly people have been pretty chill. Yeah, there haven't been any other circumstances where I've been approached about doing an ad sponsorship. I mean, I've gotten like junk email type emails from like a lot of like rando companies out of like China or other places in Asia where it's like they're trying to get people to like play some random mobile game or something, but like I just see this as spam emails. This was the first time that it was like a real ask from real people. We would have had a real contract. Like, it was very much professional. But it also was, I had to step away. I just got a cool new sponsorship. It's not paying crazy good, but it's a little bit, it feels a little bit fancier. They'll be in my next long form video. Probably not the Warhammer one, probably the one after that. Would you have any advice for anyone who wishes for a creative job instead of a stringent one, for someone who sees creativity as a hobby? I mean, it really depends on what industry you want to get into. There is no creative job where you do not have to have it's not also a job. Like, there is no job where you just hang out and have fun all day. So if you want to do something creative, realistically, you have to work. It has to be something creative that you do not mind spending hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of time doing independently without any positive reinforcement or acknowledgement from anyone, and you can keep doing that. So that's the first thing, is you have to be able to play the game of, I can keep my train going no matter what. And then you use that train to hone a skill, whatever that skill is that you're trying to do. And then the other thing that you have to ask yourself is, like, be realistic about what your goals are. Like, the path to becoming a creative writer, like, are you trying to become a novelist? That's very different than someone that wants to be a game designer. That's very different than someone that wants to be a YouTuber. That's very different than someone that wants to be, you know, somebody that like, writes for TV. So you got to sort of figure out what industry you want to get into, and then kind of do a combination of making sure that you have a good workflow, and then also look at what's working and what's happening in the zeitgeist. Why do some things do so well and some things not do so well? And how can you lean into your strengths and your weaknesses? I'll give you an example from myself. The main reason why I started making videos about D&D was because I was like, I want to make videos about something. I see all these people making videos. It's fun. I can talk about D&D. I know about D&D. So I was just like, that's my strength. I can talk about D&D. And then a lot of my videos are also like, I don't have a great camera. I don't have a good setup. So all my videos are either me sitting in a very specific room in my house with a blank wall or a green screen. And they're all with my phone. You know, we use our limitations to find our niches. Would you suggest going full-time on a non-creative or full-time on creative job as someone who wishes to return to acting industry D&D? That depends entirely on you and your financial independence. If you are financially independent, then I would say go full-time creative. If you are not financially independent, you probably need to keep being financially independent. So, for example, I am a full-time this now. This is what I do full-time. The only reason why I'm able to do this full-time is because I live very poorly, very cheaply. And then beyond that, I've made enough money some months that it makes up sometimes for when I make very little money other months. But I'm very month to month, and it's really only stable because I just keep it low key in my existence. But it's hard to make money full time doing creative stuff, especially if you're like just getting started. I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about not having the best cam or anything. I'm fine. I'm chilling. I wasn't saying that as like, woe is me. I'm just being honest, just being realistic about we all have to be reasonable compared to what we can do. I put on a one-man show in Philadelphia when I first moved to the city because I really wanted to do a theater thing. And I knew that I couldn't really build a set. I knew that I couldn't really write a show that well. But I knew that I could do some things. I knew I could put on an event. I knew that I could create a spectacle. I knew that I could be funny. I knew that I could be musical. And I knew that I could collect a lot of garbage. So I built a show around a man trapped in a bunker full of garbage who treated his life like a morning talk show, and he had gone crazy. So I just ran a goofy morning talk show, and it worked really well. And my set looked really great, and it was literally just garbage. But I made it that because that's what I knew it could be. Somebody just posted, there's an interview with me out. What is this?
Hello, one and all. Welcome to my YouTube show,
there's
Creative
me.
Spark, where I talk to cool people.
You guys want to watch an interview with me? I'm probably not gonna watch it. There you go. Boom. Go check it out if you want to. I wonder if my buddy's gonna be at PAX Unplugged. All right. Getting distracted by people. Getting distracted. You guys still arguing about AI art? It's reasonable. Oh. All right. So we're going to do a couple things, friends. You're going to hate one of them, but I don't care. One of the things that we're going to do that you're going to hate is that I'm not going to go forever. I'm not going to stream forever. I've been paying attention to myself, to my feelings in my body. And I notice that I have a great stream until I don't have a great stream a lot of the time. And a lot of the time that I don't have a great stream is because I get cranky in my brain because I've been streaming too much. So I don't know how many more we're going to look at. We've already looked at a handful. We're going to look at a handful more maybe. But don't be sad when I don't stream for 100 years, okay? We're not going until 1 billion o'clock tonight. I have a much easier time doing longer streams when we're not doing homebrew reviews and we're kind of just doing other stuff because I just get too like tired. And when I get tired, I don't want to read it. And then I get frustrated that I am reading it, but I want to read it because I want to do good by you, you know? And it creates this weird sort of like eating itself loop that I don't love. Is it just joshing around? It is just joshing around. See what you got for us, Joshi. Is the cursed shield of missile snaring a good item to give a paladin? Yeah, sure, if they want to get hit with a bunch of missiles. This was one of my first brews ever that I made after watching Supernatural. Ooh, I still have not seen all of Supernatural. It's a show that people say that it goes off the rails and gets bad at a certain point. I didn't watch it to the point where it went off the rails and went bad. I think I watched like the first 2 seasons, but I did like what I watched. I believe I have it at a place where the curse isn't way too strong. You know what's kind of funny? You can make an item's curse way too strong. And depending on that curse, it can be totally reasonable. Totally reasonable. Clickety. Clackety. Twice per long rest. Here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to tell you right now. Who are you? Are you here? Maybe. Magic items don't recharge when player abilities recharge. So a good way to think about it is that if a ability is associated with a player option, meaning it's something that you get from your species, from a feat, or from your class or your subclass or something like that, those abilities are going to recharge on short rests or long rests. If you have an ability that comes from an outside source, a magic item, a magic vehicle, that sort of thing, they all recharge either at specific times of day or under specific circumstances. So the easiest thing to do here would be, instead of saying this here, you say what the item does, and then at the end of the item, you say, once you use this feature twice, you can't use it again until the next day at dawn. Or once you use this feature twice, you can't use it again until you bathe this rabbit's foot in 2 pounds of chili, or whatever. I think my favorite magic items are the ones that recharge at specific times of day and require a circumstance. Because it's kind of fun when they don't always recharge. I don't know. I like that a little bit. I think that makes them more interesting. There was a magic item that it wasn't even really a homebrew item. It was a regular item that I wanted to give my player, but it felt too powerful to give them at the level I wanted to give them it. So I made it have a more unique recharge mechanic. And initially it was an item that could be used once a day. And once it was used, it couldn't be used again until the next day at dawn. And I changed it so that it could only be used once a day, but it needed to spend at least 1 hour in a container of seawater. So it led to them, if they wanted to be able to use it every day and they weren't at sea, they needed to bring seawater with them. And it wasn't a huge detriment, but it was enough of a thing that made it feel like a little bit dynamic. Morton, you are allowed to disagree with me on when you think items should have features that recharge based on players versus not, but that is a feeling that you have. That is not how magic items work in D&D. So, like, that's you deciding that you feel like it should be different. That's not you deciding it is what it is. Because what it is that magic items never recharge on short rests or long rests or based off player stuff. You can change it if you want to, but what I would push back on you there is change it for your home game. Great, do whatever you want. I don't care about that. But if you're changing it for a magic item that you're trying to make, and you're actively going against that rule, whenever you're actively going against any of the established rules for homebrew writing, the only thing you need to do to make going against that rule valid is to validate going against that rule in your homebrew. So I need to read your homebrew, and in reading it, I need to understand why you decided to break the traditional rule. That doesn't mean you say, I decided to break the traditional rule because blah, 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 blah. That means that you put something in there mechanical that is so clearly needs to go against the rule in order to be what it needs to be, that it makes sense. All right, let's take a look at this lucky rabbit's foot. I mean, for your home game, you could do whatever the fuck you want. There are no rules for your home game. For your home game, you could say, you get magic sword equals 200 chocolate dog. And you could give that to your player. No one's going to stop you from doing that. Okay, so you can turn any roll into a natural 20. However, luck has a price. For each use of the foot, the next roll you make suffers a penalty equal to the difference between 20 and the original roll you replaced. Huh. I think this is a very overpowered item. Here's the issue with this item. For one, getting +1 bonus to each of your stats is a lot. That's crazy. That's a lot. This is a very rare item alone right here, probably. 2, getting to turn any roll into a natural 20 is very, 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 very good. And unfortunately, you as the player, or fortunately, have a lot of control over what this next roll will be. For example, let's say I'm a rogue. I could choose to turn my attack roll into a natural 20, right? And then I could very actively choose to take the hide action. And then I don't do great on my hide action, and I don't really care. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's even a more impactful one. It could also be like, you know, depending on the circumstance that you're doing, if you're not in a combat situation, I could decide I'm going to roll a natural 20 on my athletics check to do something crazy, and then I could immediately turn to one of my companions and say, hey, did you know that I'm actually a vampire? And then I could see deception check. And just waste, you know what I mean? It's easy to burn the negative out. I don't think they mean a damage roll. I don't think they mean damage roll. I just think they didn't do a good job of clarifying mechanics here. My assumption is that this is supposed to be any attack roll, ability check, or saving throw. That's my guess. Yeah, it's basically the level 20 rogue feature, but with a downside, with an extra upside. So, I would go about it a little differently if I were you. I mean, yeah, I would go about it a little differently. I think you need a way to figure out, you need a way to like not get to decide where your bad luck comes from. That's what I think. Like, there needs to be a randomized element to it in order for this to work, and it needs to be a really damning one. You're saying the Dungeon Master could decide? Honestly, the Dungeon Master deciding would probably be good balance for this because of how powerful rolling a natural 20 is. But I also think that I don't like that solution because it creates a antagonistic relationship between the Dungeon Master and the player, you know? Like, you don't want the Dungeon Master to be against the player. I mean, yeah, what comes to head for me, which I don't like, would be you can turn part of an attack roll, ability check, or a saving throw into a natural 20. After you do so, anytime you make an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, you have to roll, you flip a coin. And if you lose that coin flip, it counts as a natural 1. And then the clock resets. That could maybe work. Something like that. What if the difference becomes a pool of extra dice the DM can add when he chooses? That leads to exactly the same problem that I just said. Even the next one, but even the negative affecting the next roll of the same type still leads to issues of you being able to avoid it by deciding what you're doing with. You still have this choice of what action is. Where's the curse? Yeah, I think that the writer thought that this downside was the curse, but it doesn't really feel like a curse. It just feels like a magic item. I agree. But that's okay. Next time you want it to feel more like a curse, though, for sure. But I think that maybe part of... I think the issue here is this downside just isn't enough of a downside. And then we're just getting a random boost at the end that is just overkill. All right, thank you, just joshing around. We appreciate you sharing. Thank you. Click. Alrighty. Urk languish, you just made it on the wheel, baby. Perhaps the curse is imposed by the big bad, extra damage die they can use during your battle with them. That's not really a curse, though. That's more of like a combat mechanic of the battle. When I think of a curse, I'm usually thinking of something that is going to last more long term, I guess. What's my favorite aspect of D&D to homebrew? For home games or for public use? My favorite aspect of D&D to homebrew for private use is magic items, probably. Like, I like making magic items for my players a lot. That's probably my favorite thing to make for my players, for my home games. My favorite homebrew to make for public is subclasses, because subclasses always feel like an interesting puzzle to solve, and it feels very satisfying when you end up at something that feels good with a subclass. I don't need it to feel super... Like, I don't need my magic items to feel super good for them to feel super good for my players. I also don't need them to be balanced for my players. I can just, you know... I know most Dungeon Masters, I think, have a little bit of a sense of themselves after a while. And my experience as being a Dungeon Master was I was always making homebrew magic items for my players. And for the longest time, it just led to me having a harder time as a Dungeon Master because I had to work harder to balance everything because my players had so many crazy things that it made balancing combat really difficult. But once I figured out how to do that in a way that it didn't make balancing combat difficult, I can just make whatever I want for them. It doesn't matter. But subclasses feel more like a challenge, like a puzzle. All right. A bucket, 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 Kyle. Okay, Kyle. You think you're so cool with your weird name. You're so exotic. All right. You made this on the fly to participate, so don't have high expectations. All right, we'll turn our expectations down a little bit. Everybody dial them down. First, the ring provides a promise of mad power. Second, delivers powerfully mad prank. Mad power and powerfully mad. I do like the sound of that. All right, we're not going to give them too much guff about the structure here because they told us that they didn't plan. They spent 2 seconds on it. So, yeah, clean it up. But you know that. All right, let's see. So there's 2 rings, a first ring and a second one. The first ring gives you +1 to spell, attack, and damage. Most things don't add to spell damage. I actually wouldn't do that because damage would be applying not just to spell attack. So that damage would, like, for example, the way that this is written, that means you would get to do 1 damage +1 to your spell attacks from, like, your firebolt. But that also means every single creature that got hit by your fireball would take an extra 1 damage. So I would drop the damaging. Oh, the music's going in a spooky direction. All right, calm down there, buddies. Once attuned to the first ring, the user feels the ring fill them with power once every 60 seconds. What does that mean? That doesn't mean anything. That's confusing. That feels like you just explained something without giving us any mechanics. There should be mechanics after this sentence that explain what that means. Curse can't be moved unless it is in direct contact with the second ring. Forces the user to sneeze random colored mucus. Uses up an action every 10th round of combat. What does this do? Kyle, this doesn't do anything. I am confused. This is the unupdated version? Why did you send me an unupdated version? This doesn't do anything, Kyle. This is... What the fuck does this sentence mean? Once attuned to the first ring, no longer provides the bearer the ability to locate it. What? Okay, here's Kyle. I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to give you a super hard time about how bad your sentence structure is, but I'm also not going to spend the extra time needed to figure it out. Okay? Don't understand what this sentence means. So you don't sneeze anymore. Why are we now getting a feature that has to do with sneezing if we immediately don't sneeze anymore? Kyle! Color me confused. This feels like nothing. This feels like a confusing item that gets us to... Oh, there's a new version of it? If this version is just as confusing, I'm just going to say the same thing I just said again. Which it might be. Okay, same feedback. Same feedback. This doesn't fucking mean anything. What does this mean? No idea what this means. It is said that a skilled magic user may be capable of bend this power to achieve any intended effect as an action. That doesn't mean anything, Kyle. That doesn't mean anything, Kyle. What is any... Does this mean you can use your action to do literally anything? That's not a mechanic. That's nothing. Confusing. All of this is the same. Yeah, so I'm going to be honest, Kyle. These numbers and the sneezing mechanic, overly confusing. Doesn't really... Here's what I'll say. I I think it's totally reasonable to have items that require a lot to understand or have several different steps or several different things on like a timer. But if I don't understand why we are getting them, like if I don't feel the feeling of them, if I'm like, this feels like I literally can't keep them in my brain, that means it's confusing to a point where it doesn't feel like anything. Like, why are we doing any of these things? What does it mean to us to get magical power every 60 seconds? What does it mean to use our action to do any intended effect? What does it mean that a sneeze uses up an action every 10th round of combat? What does that mean? What does it mean that it's projecting the location of the second rear? What does that mean? Or they're just seeing it in their head? And then it's just a weapon that we have to sneeze, and then we have to minus 10 penalty to attacks and damage rolls with it? That just doesn't make sense. I don't get it. I think that something got lost in translation here. Chat, maybe you can understand it better than me. Can you help me here, please? Is this... Okay, this is what I think this item is trying to do. This is what my guess is. You get +1 to your spell attack and damage rolls. But once every 10 rounds, you have to sneeze. And if you do, you then have a -10 to your spell attack and damage rolls that round. I think that's what it's trying to do. But I don't think that's great design, because most combat rounds don't even last... Most combats don't last 10 rounds, and that just means that literally every minute of combat, every minute outside of combat, you sneeze just forever. Like, that's not, again, that's sort of like the crying one, where it's like a magic item that makes you cry every day is maybe going to be good once, and then it's going to completely be boring and annoying after that. So I don't know if that works. I don't know if that works as it's intended. I don't know if I'm understanding the intention either. But if I'm understanding the intention, I don't think it works. And that's kind of all I have to say about it. I think that this doesn't fix it in any way. And the fact that we're now doing things with more numbers and more times a day and stuff is just too much. I don't have more to say about it, other than I think it is a little confusing. And if I understand it, I think it needs some work. And I don't have much more to say about it other than that. I would argue that it's only a bad curse. Wait, so... I don't understand. So... Attempts to use the ring's power will cause wild magic? Like, none of this makes sense, dude. Kyle, I love you to death and back again, but I'm telling you, if you're gonna make a rush item, you totally should. If you want to try to speed brew an item for these challenges, you totally should. But I think you made this too complicated, because you've created a situation where literally every single thing the item does is underdeveloped and unclear and kind of confusing. And the curse is... all of it's confusing. Like, there's just too many things going on in here. So if I were you, if you want to do a speed brew next time, keep it simple. I think that there's just this, I think whatever your idea was that you were starting with kind of got lost in the sauce here. But I appreciate the effort. A for effort, C- for execution. Thank you for sharing. We appreciate. I got nothing wrong with the speed brewers, but if you're gonna speed brew, keep it simple. Don't give yourself a hard time here. You don't need to play this game on hard mode. We ain't in hard mode. You know, we're in regular life mode. We can do hard mode if we want to, but it's an option. Okie dokie. How many more do you think I have in me? Let's be realistic. 1, 2. I'm not sure. Bucket a 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 push. Jojo. Is this the Jojo that I know? I don't think so. This is a smashy weapon for the less intelligent. It's got a good name. The Wizard Shamer. It's a funny name. It does 2d8 damage. Why does it do double damage? Just make it do regular damage. If the target's intelligence is between 10 and 15, it does more psychic damage. If it's between 16 and 20, it does more psychic damage. If it's above 20, it does even more psychic damage. If their intelligence is 6 or below, you have disadvantage on attack rolls with this weapon. I like this idea. I think this stumbles into the same problem that the AC item stumbled into, which is that this item requires you to basically ask the dungeon master how much damage it does every single time you use it. So it kind of low-key like teaches you creatures' intelligence. I think the way that you solve that problem is you just don't make it as complicated. I think you just simplify it a bit. So what I would do if I were you is not have it go through all these options. So I'd probably make it where it just did like some basic amount of damage, like, you know, like it does, maybe it does regular damage and then an extra 1d4 psychic damage. But then if the creature that they're fighting's intelligence is 15 or higher, or 20 or higher, then it does an extra d10 psychic damage. And if their intelligence is 10 or lower, then it does less. Or maybe even make it 15 and then it's split both ways, or 12 and split both ways. If their intelligence is above 12, it does more damage. If it's below 12, it does less damage or has disadvantage. That might be a way to make it more reasonable, because I do think that checking the intelligence of every single time I swing this on a monster is going to be annoying. It's going to be annoying for the dungeon master, which is going to lead to it being annoying for the player. But fairly simple idea. I think it's kind of fun. I think the core concept is super goofy. I like the idea that it's a weapon that hits harder against smarter guys. I think that's a very, very funny idea. I like that it's called the Wizard Shamer. And I also like that when you lose the ability to speak languages other than common. That's very funny. So I think the core concept here is really solid. I just think it's a matter of changing the numbers around a little bit. But really solid. Isn't the whole fun of a big dumb brute fighting big dumb monsters? I would say that's part of the fun, but I don't think it's all the fun. I think also some of the fun is punching dumb wizards. What's up, Data? Yeah, really fun item. Just tweak it a little bit. Make it a little... Simplify it a bit, and I think you're in a good spot. All right, Jojo, thank you for sharing. Kadoosh. Bagada 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 hey 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 bagada 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 hey 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 ba 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 King Kadasha. Ooh, that's a song we haven't heard in a while. King Kadasha. What you got for us today? Yeah. Oh, that was AI art? Yeah. Normally, I wasn't sure. Normally, we would just skip the piece and wouldn't look at it if you used AI art. So you got away with one. I was too courteous. I wasn't listening to chat. But thank you for sharing, nonetheless. King Crusher, ring meant for bards. It ties to bardic inspiration. Not sure about the rarity. The component bit is for an unofficial crafting system I like using. Okay, so we won't worry about the component bit too much because I don't know what that system is. I know. I've been too forgiving. Tell you what, here and now, I will proclaim that I want to be less forgiving of AI art being used in pieces. So, next time one comes, will you guys remind me that I really shouldn't use it? I should just skip it. I can't make excuses for them. I have to just decide, used AI art, we're moving on. And can you guys try to hold me accountable to that? Because I'm gonna be all soft again. The Perfectionist Ring. While attuned to this ring, whenever you expend use of your bardic inspiration, you can target a creature within 30 feet of you to inspire. I don't understand what that does, and this clarification doesn't make it more clear. This is worded like this as intended to work no matter how a bardic inspiration is used. What does that mean? What the fuck are you trying to say? I don't know how to word it better because I don't understand what your clarification is. Are you here in chat? Can you explain to me again in chat what the fuck you mean if you're here? If you're not here, I'll try to understand it in a second. The curse. If a creature fails an ability check or an attack roll where they added your bardic inspiration die, they become discouraged. A discouraged creature has disadvantage on all DC tests until they succeed on a DC test or until 8 hours have passed. That doesn't make me understand the beginning anymore at all. Does this just mean when you expend a use of your bardic inspiration die, you can give it to someone twice? Okay. No, I think I know what you mean. I think what you're trying to say is when you expend a use of bardic inspiration die for something that isn't rolling bardic inspiration, like if you use a bardic inspiration die as a whisper bard to use your dagger blade, or if you expend a bardic inspiration die to do one of the bardic bonuses, then you can also give a bardic inspiration. I think that's what you're trying to say here, but holy shit, is that unclear. And if you're trying to have this sentence cover both circumstances of expending a bardic inspiration die to give someone bardic inspiration or expending a bardic inspiration die to use a feature, simplifying both of those ideas into this does not help make this sentence more clear at all. So I would limit it to alternative uses, and I would clarify that it's for alternative uses, because fuck me, is that confusing. The second thing is, now you say DC 20 ability tests, DC 20 tests. Why did you pick DC 20 tests? Why did you not pick ability checks? Like, DC 20 tests is very specific, and it feels a little too niche. I don't understand why it's connected to this. Also, like, I would maybe understand it if the first part had to do with a certain amount of competitiveness, but the second part doesn't have anything to do with competitiveness. What they mean is contested what they mean to say instead of D20 tests, I think, is contested ability checks. That's what I think they mean. A D20 test doesn't mean anything. If it's 2024 terminology, it means nothing. This is not a 2024 rules thing we're looking at. So it means nothing. For all intents and purposes, it's wrong language. So clean up your language, or if you're going to write something with 2024 rules, amazing. Don't fucking send it to me until I'm ready to look at 2024 stuff, you goober. So beyond lack of clarity, I think that the main thing that I would say is I don't know if I would want to give somebody disadvantage on all checks for 8 hours. That seems tedious. I don't know. That doesn't seem fun. That doesn't seem fun. That doesn't seem fun at all. That seems too much to me. It just means check, attack, save. That's lovely. It's fantastic that that's what it means. And if and when we are talking about the 2024 rules, I will be happy to include that vocabulary. But literally, in the rules of all these challenges, we're using the regular old 2014 rules. So stop fucking sending me shit that's not those rules. Or shut the fuck up and just say, that's wrong. That language is wrong. I think giving you disadvantage for a shorter period of time could definitely work. Even if it was just limited to your next check or roll, I think that could be a little bit more reasonable. It's 100% on the rules in the form. And King Crusher, you're one of my mods. You should know better. A mod should know better. Dude, nobody reads the fucking rules, Arc Languish. Nobody reads them. Nobody reads those rules. All right, I don't really have more to say about it. I'm annoyed you didn't read the rules. I think this part's unclear, even with this clarification. I think if you're going to do this, make it more clear. And I think this downside is too big a downside. All right, thank you, King Crusher. Thank you. King Crusher, we finished looking at it. It was very confusing in the way it was written. The clarification you put in parentheses didn't make it more clear. We figured it out, and we found out you were writing it using the 2024 rule set, and we got annoyed about it. And that was most of what we had to say about it. Okay. The downside was too big. You didn't. You're fine. You were using terminology that wasn't normal D&D terminology. That was the thing that you did wrong. It's fine. You're fine. You're fine. Can I add you to the wheel? Did you just submit something? Boom, you're on the wheel. Bugada 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 bugada. Keep. All right, these are, let's check it out here. Butterfly wing boots. I like the art. Requires attunement, rare. As a bonus action, you click your heels together and expend 1 charge. Until the end of your next turn, you have a fly hover speed equal to your walking speed. It has 10 charges, regains 1d4 expended charges after a long rest. Items don't recharge on a long rest, you dummy. Come on, Kip, you're better than that. You're not a dummy, but you're acting foolish when you're doing this. Items recharge at times of day, you silly. While attuned to these boots, you also have the creature type Fey for the purpose of spells or abilities that target Fey creatures. And you take 1d4 fire damage whenever you touch or are hit by anything made of metal. I think that you need to clarify what you mean by anything made of metal a little bit more. And beyond that, I think that you need to clarify how often you take the damage. So, like, what happens if you are wearing metal armor? You're not being hit by it. You're touching it. Do you take the damage once, or do you take the damage once around? So you need a little bit of clarification here in terms of the downside. I think that I'd be wary of having this be 2 all the time because I think it's a pretty big downside. I think the upside is fun and fine and cool. I like it. This feels more like an uncommon item than a rare item to me. I like the concept quite a bit. I think you need to clarify the downside a little bit more and put more realistic guide rails on it in terms of a dungeon master understanding how to execute it in combat or in the game. Can I name a random god? Sure. Fourfold tockle. Fourfold tockle. Classic. No, I can't spell it. That's not my job. Yeah, I don't really have much more to say about it. Pretty straightforward, pretty simple. I love the fly speed until the end of your turn is a great fun mechanic. I also think in a lot of ways getting a fly speed that lasts until the end of your turn sometimes feels like really fun in kind of a different way than just getting a fly speed does. In the same way that getting a big jump distance can often feel really fun. For some ways, it's like scratches an itch that just a regular fly speed doesn't. But yeah, fun. I like that it's supposed to try to make you like a fairy. I like that. I think this needs a slight more... Like, I might literally make this that whenever you are hit with a weapon made of metal, you take an additional 1d4 fire damage. I might just simplify it to that. I don't know if we need to make it every time you touch metal you take damage. That might just be overkill in terms of power, but it also is going to just be more annoying to write out in a way that's going to be reasonable. Like you'd have to figure out writing that out reasonably, which maybe you want to do, but I don't know. All right, Kip, thank you for sharing. We love to see it. Quiet on deck. Oh, good. Sam is in the group now. Shit. We're in trouble. Okie dokie, artichoke. Being affected by things that affect Fae can be a powerful tool in an enemy's arsenal for sure. Would banishment send you to the Feywild? I don't think it would change your home plane. But that is an interesting idea. Dice, I agree with you. Not Dice, Data, excuse me. Given flying boots are uncommon, this rarity could be lower. Given flying boots shouldn't be uncommon, it could be correct. Yeah, perfect. Exactly. Ooh, magooba dooba dee. Da beady ice cream sandwich. Okay, friends. Okay, friends. I'm thinking...
Mighty wheel, pick me, please.
We'll see if the wheel wants to listen to you. Buggada 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 buggada. Leadwoods. Or Leadwoods, depending on how you pronounce it, I guess. This is a very long comment. I'm going to be honest, I'm not going to read it. You're starting to explain what you shouldn't explain. You're starting to explain things that I should be seeing from the item. You're over-explaining. I love you, but we're moving past it. Ha! that a me issue or a you issue? What's going on here? Is this a formatting issue on my fault or your fault? Whose fault is this formatting issue? Sometimes you can reformat the page by zooming in and out, but it's not doing that right now, which makes me feel like it's not a me issue. So I think we're going to move on. I think we're not going to look at it because I don't want to have to deal with reading something that's half covered and half missing. This is kind of a fun game, though. All right. Yep. No, sorry, buddy. Can't read it. We're moving on. I love you, though. King Crusher, don't feel bad, buddy. It's fine. It's fine. The only reason why it annoyed me was because I was explaining the way you would write it properly, and then people in chat were like, oh, they just wrote it like the 2024 way. And it's like, I'm not giving feedback for 2024 stuff, so then it makes me feel like I'm wasting my time to clarify language if that clarification of language isn't actually going to be useful and you're not going to use it. Which that's why I don't want to see 2024 stuff, because it leads to circumstances where I'm giving feedback that just feels like I'm wasting my time because I'm giving feedback that isn't applicable because it's not feedback that's for what I'm reading. Do you know what I mean? That's why it's annoying. That's the only reason why it's annoying. I did not miss anything, King Crusher. I saw that you have disadvantage on stuff until you succeed on a check. I saw that. I saw that. All of the feedback was with that in mind. I felt like giving you disadvantage on all checks until you succeed on one felt like too much. Bugged a 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 oof. Scottish kayak. Yeah, somebody in the chat mentioned they should be like that for an hour, and I thought that felt more reasonable. A reverse MacGuffin. The players have found a powerful weapon, and it's now their problem. Meant for mid-tier play to provide a problem for players to work out, and not necessarily a combat weapon. Interesting. Oh, you're just gonna be a spammer? I'm just gonna mute you. Cabbage. Cabbage, I'm gonna tell you what. You can come back in 24 hours. Goodbye. Alrighty, let's see what we got here. Fireball Mall. +1 artifact. Oh, this is not the item I want to look at right now. I want to look at something short. Who sent this one in? Scottish. I'm going to be honest with you. We are now at the we are at the behest of your writing quality. My patience is low, which means that if this feels tedious to read, we're not going to read all of it. So, if I start to get strung out while reading it, the feedback is the flow ain't great yet. This mall has a large red jewel embedded in the head, resembling a glowing eye. Scent of gunpowder lingers in the air around it. Whenever a player makes a successful melee attack with the weapon, a DC 18 fireball is set off, centered on the target. Don't write in passive voice, write in active voice. This is passive as fuck. Player rolls 1d6 and adds 3 to the roll to determine the level of the fireball is set off. This is annoying. And not annoying in a way where it's like, oh, it's rough. It's like, that's... I don't want to have to do that every single time I make an attack roll. If you want to set off a fireball every single time you hit with an attack, do it. But don't give us a dice roll to determine the level of the spell. That's a quick way to make this go from like a little annoying to completely unreasonably annoying. There's 12 charges. The number of dice, the number on the dice roll is subtracted from this total. Just remove this whole mechanic. Yeah, I would remove literally this whole second half. You could keep the charges if you want, and you have it expend a charge when it's used or whatever. But everything other than that, I would just get rid of. I think it's unnecessary. Yeah, just have it set off a fireball. You don't need to do anything more than that. It's a thinking guy. Okay, this is all just regular stuff. What does it do? This is so overly written. Holy shit. Okay. So I think what this weapon does is whenever you hit with it, it casts fireball centered on you. And it makes it so while you're wielding it, you have to make an DC 18 wisdom saving throw to take any action other than attack with it. I think that's all. I don't think you need this many words to say that. I have no idea why the curse is so long. It's like 10. It's like you could say it in 2 sentences. I think it's kind of okay. I think that I could see it being kind of a funny joke item because you basically cast fireball targeting yourself, which is kind of fun and funny. I think the second half is unnecessary and complicated, and I think the way the curse is written takes up 3 times as many words as it needs to. I don't really have more thoughts other than that. Doesn't really feel like a cursed item. Like, it kind of feels like the item is this, and the curse is kind of feels shoehorned on. I feel like the curse doesn't actually tie to the item at all. Like, the curse is very standard. It's very bog standard. Like, if I took this curse, I could put this curse on basically any magic sword, and it would feel appropriate for that magic sword. You know? So I would try to make the curse feel a little bit more unique for the item, or just remove the curse and just have the item be a hammer that makes it deal a fireball around it. Those are my thoughts. I like the idea of a hammer that you hit that deals fireball around it. That's very fun. I like that a lot. That's very silly and very fun. But I don't have much more to say other than that. I think a lot of the execution is a little overcomplicated. But nonetheless, a very fun idea. All right. Thank you, Scottish. Why would you attack with anything else? Because it doesn't have any attack. It doesn't get any bonuses to any attack rolls or damage rolls. So yeah, sure, it's an artifact, but it's a +1 weapon. So you might have a +2 weapon. That's a very rare item that's going to work much better as a weapon than this 99% of the time. Outside of the little fireball shenanigans. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Kadoosh. Yeah, here's what I'll say. Scottish, that doesn't feel like a cursed item. If I were you and I was going to use that item, I would completely remove the whole curse part and just make it an item where when you hit with it, it makes a fireball around you. But that's not a cursed item to me. That's an item with upsides and downsides, which to me is different than a cursed item. Can we remove half of the entries randomly and then spin it for fun? You know why we can't do that, Venusian? I'll tell you why. Because what happens if what happens if that happens? And what if you're one of the people? How do you feel then? Do you feel good about that? feel like you'd feel bad about that. You know? Like, if I forgot to put you back on the list right now and I spun the wheel, would you like that? You wouldn't like that at all. I think every single person who got clicked wouldn't like that. So we're not going to do that. Fireball on Smash, I think, is a really, really, really good idea. I think that's a really fun idea. Well, I'm not going to take a bunch of random people off the wheel, but if you would like to have yourself taken off the wheel to give more people the opportunity, I'm happy to do that. But it's only going to be challenged by choice. So let me know if you want me to take you off the wheel. I will. But I'm not going to take other people off the wheel because you are comfortable with yourself being taken off the wheel. This might be the last one. Bugga 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 bugga. And if it's long, we're not reading it. Bugga 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 bugga. I think it's this one. Panda. Me and my artificer friend wanted to create a storm-based magic item that allows the user to be more versatile in the battlefield. Surely the conductive makeup of this item won't cause any issues for the user. Let's see. The Tempest Spear. So, first thing, this weapon does 1d6 damage plus 1d4 lightning damage. You want to include this in the actual thing. You want to write this down here. Curse should be at the bottom, not at the top. So you still would want to have a section that says, when you hit attacks with this weapon, attacks with this weapon deal an extra 1d4 lightning damage, something like that. Don't assume that they're going to put 2 and 2 together here. Remember, people are dumb and they're looking for things to be written the way they normally are written. So that would stand out to, I think, a lot of people. We're going to read the curse last. It deals double damage to objects and structures. It has 3... Is it uncommon? Oh, it's rare. Yeah, I mean, it's probably very rare. Based on what I'm seeing so far. I agree with that. It has 3 charges. As a bonus action, you can expend a charge to make a melee attack with it. If the attack hits, you choose one of the following effects. So, the way this is written, this is giving you a special bonus action attack. If you don't want this to be a special bonus action attack and you want to empower an attack, you would say, as a bonus action, you can expend a charge to empower the spear. The next melee attack you make with it that hits gains one of the following things. That's how you would change that if you wanted that. But this is like an extra attack. So a artificer that's wielding this, if they have extra attack, they can use their action, make 2 attacks, and then their bonus action, make this special 3rd attack. You teleport to any location you can see within 30 feet. Target takes extra lightning damage. Target has to make a saving throw. On a failed save, they're pushed up to 30 feet away from you. If the target collides with objects or structures, it takes some damage. Whenever you take 10 or more lightning damage in a single turn, it regains 1 expended charge. I think that's fun. I think I would make the charges do less. I think all of this is too powerful. Especially if it's already doing extra damage on every hit. I'd probably I'd probably cut all the numbers in half. 15 feet, 1d8, 15 feet. Especially because we're going to be recharging our features. Let's see what the curse is. While cursed, any attacks against you that deal lightning damage automatically succeed. I think you would say automatically hit. And you have disadvantage on saves against effects that deal lightning damage. I like that curse. I like that curse a lot. I like that curse a lot. That's fun. I think that works really well. I think these features are too strong on a rare item that can recharge these mechanics, yes. Because here's the other thing that you have to keep in mind, is if you are recharging this every time you're taking lightning damage, you can get lightning damage from your friends very easily. Like, lightning damage is not... It's not just in the ether. It's easy to do. So I think you want to just tone it down a little bit. Also... Yeah, this part up here is pretty powerful. it's really not like a shield of missile attraction because it's not like lightning is drawn to you at all. It's just that if you are targeted with lightning things, you do worse against them. They definitely hit you then. So it still requires that initial targeting of you, which I think is fine. I like the curse a lot. I think the curse is great. I think what I struggle with a little bit is the reach. I like the idea of the recharge mechanic a lot too. I just worry that it's too strong on these. Because keep in mind, guys, the weapon is not just giving you these effects. It's also doing a whole extra attack. It's doing both. So even if you didn't do any of these effects, if the only thing it did was you could use a bonus action to make an extra melee attack, that's pretty fucking good. Like on its own. Which is why I think you got to tone these down. Or change it so that it's not doing a bonus action extra attack. Make it more like a smite. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can immediately use your bonus action to trigger one of the secondary effects. Something like that. I don't think the bonus action stuff being random would make the item... I think it would maybe make the item more reasonably powered, but I think it would also make it a lot less fun. I think all of these effects are so different that if you made it random, unless your goal of the item was to feel random, it would kind of lose a lot of its excitement and a lot of its power. Because it would just be, this item does random thing. So I wouldn't go in the random direction. Maybe it would go in the random direction if all three were different ways of you teleporting, or all three were different ways of you dealing damage. So those are my thoughts. I think it's a cool idea. I really like the concept. Play around with the power of these a little bit. And even if you tone all these down, this is a very rare item for sure. But it's a fun item. I like it. The siege feature really bothers you. I'll be honest, my dear Arc Language, I forgot it had this. And I agree. I don't think it bugs me, but I don't know why it has it either. It's unnecessary. I think you could get rid of it, and it would be fine. Where did the music go? Music. I don't have more thoughts. I like it. I think it's fun. I would throw this into. I would give this to an artificer for sure. What I might do if I was really not going to change anything about it and I was just going to keep it as is, I would probably give it less charges. I would probably give it 1 or 2 charges. So that way, like if this thing only had 1 charge, then this recharge mechanic becomes a lot more interesting, I think. Anyway, thank you very much for sharing. We appreciate. And thank you to everybody that submitted Homebrew tonight. You are all amazing. You are all champions. Glory unto you. Thank you for being here, friends. We are going to start wrapping up now, but as always, I love you. You're great. We're going to have another stream, Homebrew review stream, that's going to be for anything you want on Sunday. I don't know what we're doing next week yet beyond that, but keep a lookout in the Discord, keep a lookout on the YouTube community tab, and we'll let you know. And in the meantime, be good to each other, get home safe, and don't forget to feed your pets. Wait a minute. Don't what's that? Come on. You're not supposed to start yet. You're not supposed to start yet. There we go. All right. Love you guys. Should we do the real ending song? Probably. You guys are going to be sad if we don't. Anyway, I love you. Have a good night. Be good to yourselves. Don't forget to feed your pets.
Good night.
I don't think about it. About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be. With everything we